Chapter 1931. Ah, where is this place? My brain seems to have been shaken, and I can't tell north from south. I can't remember what I was doing just now. What was I doing just now? Ouch, my throat hurts a little. Did I just shout? My body hurts. There's an inexplicable pain, as if I was chained up and spun a few million times in the nothingness, and then slammed into the barrier of the primordial realm, knocking my soul out of my body and almost into the path of reincarnation. What kind of strange feeling is this? I don't know, but it seems to be this feeling. My body feels like it's about to split apart. So far, this feeling seems to only happen when I'm facing a chaos concept body, as if I'm going to be torn apart like a piece of cloth in the next second. Chaos concept body. Oh no, I remember now. I was just swept into the center of the origin of chaos by Maple and ravaged. I have to wake up quickly. But I can't move. That bastard Maple hit me so hard that I was really going to shatter. Forcing himself to take a deep breath and wake up his muddled consciousness, he opened his eyes abruptly. What he saw was still the nothingness, but what he saw now was completely different from what he saw before he fainted. The light ocean created by order was torn apart, and the order domain was torn apart by the origin of chaos head-on. The scene was just like the void front line torn apart by the 20 high-tier primeval a few eras ago, but it seemed to be more fragmented. Oh no! I have to reorganize the order domain quickly. Hui hurriedly stood up and was stunned when he saw his almost transparent body. A few seconds later, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The last time he was flipped over by the 20 high-tier primeval chariots in the void front line, he didn't end up like this. He had forgotten when was the last time his form was shattered and he was beaten back to his original form. After all, he was used to and instinctively pulling his defenses to the maximum, and was also the most solid shield guarding the void frontline. Generally speaking, when he cracked, the situation would be very urgent. He did not expect that this time Maple's origin, primordial chaos, would bring him back to his original form. But in fact, he was reaping what he sowed. He walked so close to the place without any preparation. He himself said that Maple would not die so quickly, but in the end he did not even bring a layer of protection and walked to the center of the energy as if he was going to die. But he didn't expect that round of focus fire would directly hit Maple's law, order, energy form out. Hiss! But thinking about it carefully, hitting Maple's form out was better than waiting for him to use it himself. Forcing him to use this form, regardless of whether it was the power or the duration, was much worse than him actively using it himself. But even so, they were still unable to escape the fate of being baptized by origin. Chaos, for God knows how many times. Just now, they were slapped unconscious by a huge wave. About a minute had passed, and there were less than 4 minutes left before the next origin. Chaos was cast. It shouldn't be the most violent state where it could be cast 2 or 3 times in a minute. His chaotic state obviously hadn't stabilized yet, and he was forced into this state, so it shouldn't be to that extent. Really? I'm a little angry. I'm angry. Hui shouted a few times at the void and took a few deep breaths. While he was taking deep breaths to make himself look more irritable, he rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists. The golden energy on his body surged, and his long black hair turned into a dazzling golden color. The flow of holy energy condensed the transparent figure back into a solid form. Hui clenched his fists and made a series of cracking sounds. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "I shouldn't have cared that you are in the form of chaos. I should have let the realm of order press you into the void and beat you up until you wake up. Those who are muddled by chaos should be beaten up without discussion. You said it yourself." He looked at the torn realm of order that had yet to be rebuilt. But not everyone had given up. There were still violent energy explosions in the void. The surging energy of order and chaos were all thrown at each other's faces. The frenzied battle and the high frequency of the battle was because Maple had increased the speed of the battle to the point where it was difficult to keep up. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to regroup as a whole. Everyone was scattered in all directions. The energy from Order was like endless raindrops, arrows, and energy streams from countless corners, bombarding the gray figure that was moving at high speed. Although the scene looked like the latter was being beaten up, the void was still being suppressed by his immature realm of chaos. Coupled with his current state, he was still in control of the situation. Furthermore, the scattered power that could not be gathered together could not shake Maple in his current state. However, it was not easy for Maple to stand still and not fall apart under the rampaging of Maple. In this state, no matter who the enemy was, basically no one could take back control of the situation from him. No matter how many people there were, it was impossible. Once the origin of chaos smashed down, the destructive power would not be reduced. If one could not defend well, it would be a suicide mission. However, no matter how much defense they put up, they would only be able to hold on for a while longer, except for the two groups of people above. He raised his hand and smashed the Guardian's shield into the void, crushing it into pieces. The broken pieces of the shield were embedded into his body, turning into golden patterns and marks on his skin. He then took out the Guardian's sword. Some of the spreading patterns also penetrated into the sword. The sacred energy flashed, increasing the power of the sword by many times. Today, even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I will smash you flat in the void. I will use the fighting method you taught me. Hui held the sword in his right hand. The white robe behind him was fluttering in the wind due to the sacred energy. The sudden change in his posture, the sudden change in his expression, and the sudden increase in his aura, there was indeed a shadow of a certain person in it. Innumerable energies crazily crisscrossed in the land of nothingness. Every time the surging chaos energy and order energy collided, they would leave a violent energy vortex in the land of nothingness. One could clearly see two different colored energies madly colliding in the vortex, desperately trying to kill each other. This was the background of the land of nothingness. The sizes of these energy vortexes ranged from thousands of feet to millions of miles in diameter. They densely covered the entire land of nothingness. In the largest energy vortex, there were three figures confronting each other head-on. To put it nicely, Brother Lay and Lady Green were just risking their lives to increase their combat power to keep up with the attack rhythm of the gray figure opposite them. The two of them could not withstand the frontal attack of the Observer, which was equivalent to letting him rampage in the realm of order. In that case, before the origin of chaos smashed down, the remaining realm of order would be further destroyed. They had to hold him here, even if it meant risking their lives. Having said that, both of them had been branded with 7 or 8 layers of annihilation energy. While dealing with the invading chaotic energy, they had to maintain their combat power in a state of gradual improvement at all times, and also keep up with Observer's rampage. This task was really too difficult. Even if they had the support of the entire realm of order behind them, it was impossible to do to this extent. Boom! When he once again confronted Lord Feng head-on, the annihilation energy on the Netherworld ruins sword rushed into his body, causing the chaotic energy in his body to become even more intense. Jing Yuanji's anxious voice came from the soul transmission. Lady Green, the degree of chaos erosion you have suffered is almost critical. Come back quickly. Wait a little longer. Qing Jun turned around and used all his strength to throw a heavy blow on the Netherworld ruined sword. Seeing Lord Feng's figure flickering and disappearing, he rushed towards Elder Brother Lei. He let out a roar and let all the energy in his body continue to boil as he charged towards him. After this round! Just this round. Everyone was so anxious that they gritted their teeth. This guy had been talking about this round since 2 minutes ago. God knows how many rounds of charging, and he still wants to do this round. The realm of order was broken. and now they had one less person who could barely withstand the observer's attack, and they would be completely done for. Back off. The explosive voice in the soul transmission had a strong, holy aura, startling everyone. Brother Lay, who was desperately hitting Silver Dragon, was also stunned. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly caught a glimpse of a meteor entangled with violent, holy energy rushing toward him. He gritted his teeth and gathered more origin energy in his right hand than he could release once. A wave of silver lightning surged, and he punched Brother Feng's Netherworld Ruins sword. Silver Dragon! The blossoming Qianjun thunderbolt exploded into a violent storm of origin energy, and a figure entangled by the silver lightning was also sent flying backward. When he was sent flying, he hurriedly reached out to grab Lady Green, who was about to charge, and pulled him away from the battlefield. At the same time, he shouted at the golden meteor, "I'll leave it to you. Hold on for a while." "Hey, wait! I can still charge for one more round. Just one more round. One more round, you idiot! Hurry up and go back to the realm of order. Let me deal with this bastard." The light of purplish-black energy tore the violent silver storm apart, and the gray figure burst out from it. Just as he was about to launch a pursuit with chaotic energy, he saw a huge golden meteor coming straight for his face. Without thinking, he swung the Netherworld Ruins sword to meet it. Hui, with the violent holy energy, smashed the Netherworld Ruins sword. The violent collision between order and chaos seemed to have opened up the void. The boiling energy had already gone beyond the scope of defense, as if it had temporarily superimposed an unknown amount of attack power. He could not help but yell at Brother Feng's face, "Wake up, you bastard!" The gray eyes responded to his cursing with a consciousness inclined to absolute violence and destruction. Yun Nuoxing did not care that the two targets had been reduced to one. He just followed the endless will of destruction and listed the thing he was attacking as one of the targets to be destroyed. "You want to kill me? Well, come on then. If I take a step back today, I'm not King Hui." Hui gritted his teeth and tried his best to convert all the energy in his body into attack power. The violent energy made his eyes spurt out a substantial golden light. The golden lines on the sword of the Guardian suddenly spread rapidly. The deep lines full of destructive power seemed to be tearing the big sword that focused on defense apart from the inside. The sword of the Guardian, which had been filled with energy, suddenly exploded under the next swing. The expanding holy energy ignited a holy storm, but neither of them stepped back. They continued to attack each other in the storm. Hui once again condensed the sword to meet Brother Feng's attack. In a flash, there were hundreds and thousands of collisions. The two of them seemed to be in a stalemate, but he had to maintain his strength under the corrosion of Maple's chaotic energy. He also had to brace himself to withstand Maple's powerful attacks that could topple mountains and overturn seas. That unreasonable power seemed to want to crush him an entire land of nothingness. Every time a heavy attack landed on the Guardian's sword, he had the illusion that he would be sent flying to the end of nothingness in the next second. But if he was sent flying today, he would no longer be the Guardian. "I'm going to crush you," Hui yelled. The sudden surge of energy in his body made him suddenly understand something. All energy towers overload. Don't rush to attack. Wait for me. Hui continued to violently charge at Brother Feng. The two madly collided, and the energy of the clash of order and chaos filled the void. The scene was much grander than when the three of them fought with the entire realm of order. Suifeng's gaze followed the two guys who were rampaging in the void. After a while, he anxiously slapped the energy tower. "Origin Temple, convert the energy output form. Destroy this realm of chaos for me." The white-clothed girl quickly said, "No, if we weaken his support, it will. Don't worry." Hui Jun was able to keep up with Brother Feng's attack without the support of the realm of order. It's the same without support. The most important thing now is to destroy this realm. As long as the realm of chaos exists, Brother Feng's energy will always be limitless. We don't have an attack that can break his rule, order, energy form in one go. If this drags on, even Hui Jun won't be able to hold on. After a moment of charging and delay, the 20 temples of origin suddenly burst out with colorful energy beams that shot toward the top of the void. Before they could go far, they seemed to have collided with a boundary, and the mighty origin energy exploded in an instant. The boundary suddenly spread with ferocious patterns, and the entire void began to shake violently. The sudden violent impact from the realm of chaos made Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrow. He quickly saw the boundary of the realm of chaos being eroded and destroyed by the origin energy. Just as he was about to rush over, the golden meteor hit his face again. The golden sword in his hand, which was on the verge of breaking, smashed his head. Don't look around when you're fighting. With a roar, the violent holy energy exploded on the spot and instantly turned into a violent golden star that released violent energy. However, it only released a blazing light for less than a second before it was torn into pieces by a gray and purple-black light. Yun Nuoxing's body was entangled with the scorching holy energy, and the Netherruin sword slashed heavily at Hui Jun, who had yet to condense a new sword. Clang! The golden pattern embedded in Huey's skin turned into a palm-sized shield, which was exactly the same as the Guardian's shield. It blocked the heavy blow, and the trembling, rebounding energy almost bounced the Netherruin's sword away. Feng turned his hand and condensed the chaotic energy into a weapon. However, because his hand was shaken this time, the rhythm of his frenzied attack was slightly disrupted. His attack was delayed for a moment, and a golden sword condensed in front of him, with violent power, pierced in front of him and sent him flying. Hui ran on the big sword that had just been condensed and rushed out to launch a hot pursuit. A small shield condensed in front of his right hand that was clenched into a fist. When Maple reacted in an instant and was about to counterattack, a punch was thrown. Boom! The chaotic energy exploded from the side and covered Huey's head and face. He was stunned for a moment. Damn it, he forgot about Feng's magic circle. This guy basically did not use magic circles in this form, but it did not mean that he could not use them. He did not have time to clear the chaotic energy entangling his body. He hurriedly tore apart the energy impact and flew out. Just as he calmed down, he saw Feng not far away, holding the Netherruin sword with both hands and stabbing it heavily into the void. I haven't been sent flying by you yet. Don't think that this is the end. A huge golden shield, which was as large as a city wall, suddenly appeared in front of Feng. Hui hurriedly grabbed the city wall at the last moment and threw a heavy punch at Feng like a falling meteorite. Origin, chaos! The frenzied shriek of the energy suddenly spread across the void. The chaotic energy of origin and annihilation pressed against Huey's city wall, in front of him and the realm of order behind him. But this time there was a sturdy city wall in front of them that blocked the monstrous wave that was enough to shatter the void. The indiscriminate, monstrous wave was forcibly blocked by a corner and only affected the corner of the realm of order that was too large to be completely blocked. Even so, the impact of the annihilation of order and chaos hundreds of times in a second still tore the affected area of the realm of order into pieces. Everyone who took action when they saw the actions of the observer and the emergency measures of the Guardian miraculously did not suffer much damage from the origin, chaos. They only lost a corner of the realm of order, and even the energy towers that charged them did not break. The city wall could not eat the full power of the origin, chaos released by Feng at a close distance. The moment the city wall of the Guardian shattered, Hui poured out a part of the remaining holy energy and turned it into a holy energy storm to continue to offset the remaining 2 to 3 seconds of the origin, chaos. He also had a part of the holy energy entangling his body. Like an arrow, he rushed into the center of the dual-colored energy ball. The countless energy impacts that exploded on his body instantly weakened the holy energy entangling his body to almost non-existence. He only crossed this short distance, and in less than a second, he almost exhausted all the energy that he used to maintain his current state. *TU. But before the energy was exhausted, he still crossed the distance. While the pair of gray eyes were stunned, the fist that condensed into a shield smashed heavily on Maple's chin, forcibly interrupting the origin. Chaos that only had 1 second left, and sent him flying with a single blow. Fire! 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 The hoarse roar once again made everyone's scalp tingle. The hundreds of millions of energy towers that had been waiting for a long time gathered all the energy on the energy core, releasing a high-pitched energy roar in the void. A huge energy array formed in front of the core in an instant and shattered in an instant. The energy poured out with a power that was thousands of times stronger than before, condensing into a mighty energy torrent that crossed the void and swallowed the figure of the observer. Continue to fire! Continue to fire! Fire! Fire him! Fire at me! Fire at me! Fire at me! Everyone grimaced in pain. Their scalps tingled and their faces were in a mess. For a moment, they did not know whether to fire at the observer or the guardian. Green knew that Lord Hui, who was above him, was a little confused. He did not care that others were purifying the chaotic energy for him. He hurriedly jumped up and waved his hand. Aim at Lord Hui! Fire! Fire at full force! Shatter the realm of order and the energy towers for me. Throw out all the energy. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked to the ground by Jing Yuanji. Yi Qing rushed up and tied him up tightly. The latter scolded. You've been corroded into half a chaotic person, yet you're still not obedient. You even stole my lines. The violent energy torrent lasted for a very short time before it was offset by a burst of gray energy from the inside. A ferocious Maple rushed out from it. The chaotic energy on his body was boiling, and 2 pairs of azure wings were dancing wildly. The chaotic energy that was several levels more violent than before caused the whole void to tremble. Arrays appeared around him, but they were not aimed at the area of order in front of him. Instead, they surrounded him and aimed up and down. The violent energy aura that came from them was exactly the same as the origin of chaos. Origin! Don't treat me as if I don't exist, you bastard! Hui, who was covered in hundreds of millions of firepower of order, rushed to the front of Maple like a bull and smashed his head hard on Maple's head, crushing the origin of chaos in its cradle. Hui grabbed Maple's shoulders with both hands, and his golden eyes looked at the pair of gray eyes that were close at hand. Come on, feel the baptism of the origin and order with me. Vast amounts of energy rumbled and roared as they surged through their bodies. It was as if hundreds of billions of Tyrannosaurus Rex were trampling over them. The commotion caused even the void to tremble. At the same time, the chaotic energy that entangled the void had unknowingly weakened by a few levels. Sui Feng sensed the movement and immediately understood. He was the first to release the origin energy. Brother Maple has been weakened. His rule, order, energy form can't be maintained for long. Release the energy of the origin temple in one go. Don't worry about the energy in the later stage. Take down the realm of chaos. Take it down. Brother Thunder's body was entangled with 1/3 of the chaotic energy. He jumped up excitedly, clenching his hands into fists. All the silver lightning on his body poured out for the last time, along with all the origin energy. As if venting his anger, he punched the void in front of him. Silver Dragon! The full-powered blast of the origin energy, coupled with the origin temple emptying all the energy in one go, caused the realm of chaos that had held firm for half an hour to tremble. Countless huge cracks appeared on the void where Brother Thunder punched. While the master of the realm had no time to care about himself, the realm that had no energy support could not hold on. After shaking for a few seconds, it finally shattered, the dark energy dissipating like the ebbing tide. As the dark clouds over their heads dissipated, Everyone felt the haze in their hearts dispersing abruptly. Their condition was once again restored to their peak, and without anyone's instructions, they really did their utmost to gather all the energy in the energy towers. Even if the attack was not over, some even emptied their storage worlds and threw a floor full of new energy crystals. It was a pity that they did not have the Tier 1 energy towers as the core to pour the energy. Otherwise, this attack could be at least 10,000 times more powerful. The violent energy that erupted from the depths of nothingness once again made everyone feel as if a boulder had been lifted from their hearts. The mighty energy torrent of order and origin lasted for another 2 seconds before it was completely exhausted. The energy torrent that had been poured out completely dissipated. The explosive force that erupted from the clash of the two figures tore the remaining energy into pieces. Hundreds of millions of dark energy arrays broke through the void and rushed out. They formed a sky curtain that covered the entire void. Maple's power, aura, and chaos energy had been raised to the highest level, and there was no sign of it rising any further. That was rare. It actually forced him to use his upper limit. He was going to launch his final attack. Block it. You must block it. A thick, chaotic barrier appeared in the form of a burst of energy and slammed into Huey's body, slowing down his movements. Maple! S body erupted with a dense beam of chaotic energy. He held the nether void sword tightly in his right hand and knelt down to stab it into the void. The chaotic energy, which was approaching a state of madness, resonated with the countless arrays and released an energy shockwave that could topple the void. The last primordial chaos explosion was a second or two late. Just as it was about to explode, the crystal-like domain once again shrouded him. Hui gave up the big sword-attacking form and returned to his proper guardian form. He held the big shield in one hand and rushed into the primordial domain. He held the big shield in his right hand and smashed it at Maple's head. Have a taste of my order. Sacred shock. Fall into the void. Attack with all your strength. The colorful and dark energy pillars formed by the two sky canopies crashed into the primeval domain along with the full force attack from the ocean of order. The divine golden energy that burst out from the interior of the primeval domain was the first to fill up the entire domain. Then it was instantly dyed colorful and dark gray by the collision of energy. The last destructive energy from the primeval domain and all the other energy attacks were restrained in the primeval domain. The crystal barrier expanded by tens of thousands of times in an instant and trembled violently. It looked like a balloon that was filled with air and would explode at any time. This is AF * King, suicidal attack. When did Lord Hui become a member of my Great Mang's Void Traversers? Green was pressed to the ground, but he did not forget to raise his head and look at the crystal barrier that had become the size of a huge star. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Continue to attack! 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 Break through the void! Ah! Throw out all the broken energy towers and energy cores. Throw them out and blow them up. Don't stop! Don't stop!" Bang! The entire void shook violently as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. Everyone could feel that they had been hit by a heavy blow from afar. They were all forced to retreat hundreds of feet away, as if they were thrown out by a slap. The crystal barrier also exploded from the inside in an instant. All the energy was torn to pieces by an invisible force, making everyone turn pale with fright. The observer's left hand maintained the posture of swinging the sword upward. The guardian was flung out by this unshakable sword. A strange energy pervaded the entire void, making everyone feel the feeling of death hanging in their hearts. Their hearts and souls felt like they were being fiercely pinched. The little angel felt this strange fluctuation, and her pretty face changed slightly. She immediately understood something. Golden light spots began to spread out from her body, turning into a light shadow that rushed towards the source of this death aura. Sinful words! Huey's transparent figure flew out, unable to control himself. He could only shout at the top of his lungs through the soul transmission, "Don't worry about me! Don't worry about me! This is the last blow! Hit him! Hit him! I'm already dead. Remember to bring a bouquet of flowers to visit me in the spiritual temple in a few days. And give me a nicer name while you're at it. Hit him! Ah! Condense energy, condense. No, the energy tower and the temple of origin are not responding. No, I can't attack. I can't condense energy. All the energy can't be used. The void is blocked by a strange energy. Is it a spear? An indescribable strange energy mixed with the chaotic energy that had been raised to the extreme descended. Suddenly, Maple appeared in his sight, raising the netherworld ruined sword in his right hand. With a power that was like the judgment of the great Yuan realm, he swung the sword down at Hui. Shao! Huey's eyes widened as he watched his inevitable death descend. Suddenly, he saw a pair of pure white wings spread out behind Maple. Golden energy particles, permeating the air, rapidly merged into his soul, causing his dull gray eyes to suddenly tremble. A gorgeous luster suddenly lit up, and it happened in an instant. The netherworld ruined sword that was supposed to land on his body abruptly shifted a little, brushing past his side as it abruptly landed on his body. At the moment of the indescribable energy explosion, the void seemed to have been shattered. An opening of unknown size was torn open. The laws and principles that originated from the source environment poured into the void, causing a series of violent energy anomalies. Hui stared at his left shoulder. Just now, the netherworld ruined sword was 2 centimeters away from rubbing against his body. Huff, 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 he was 2 centimeters away. In recent years, the underworld had probably been too lazy to accept people, especially people like them who had huge capacities. The strange, restrictive energy lasted for 2 seconds before suddenly dissipating. Hui immediately jumped up to gather energy. However, as soon as he stood up, he saw Maple holding the netherworld ruined sword and half kneeling on the ground. Huey's face paled. He thought that there would be another round of chaos in the next second, but he only saw Maple using all his strength to hold the netherworld ruined sword and not letting himself fall. His body seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. Thinking back to how the little angel tried desperately to merge himself into Maple's soul, Hui immediately understood. He hurriedly shouted, "Energy tower, gather energy, but don't rush to attack." After saying this, he hurriedly moved closer. His face was full of fear and caution. Maple held the hilt of the netherworld ruin sword tightly in his left hand and half kneeling with his head lowered. His trembling body seemed to be struggling madly. Just as Hui was about to do something, Maple suddenly raised his trembling right hand and turned it over with his palm facing up. Just as Hui thought Maple was about to launch an attack, the void suddenly split open in front of Maple. A pale golden ball of light the size of a human head suddenly rushed out of the crack. The bright light illuminated the dark void. The golden energy particles, mixed with the light, quickly filled the place with the energy of order. At the same time, there seemed to be an even more mysterious energy spreading out. That is, Sui Qing saw the ball of light and understood. He wants to force the chaotic energy that has taken over his body away. Be prepared. Hui Jun, you are too close. Be careful of the chaotic energy. After the pale golden ball of light fell into his palm, it returned to the heart of Yun Nuashing. The pale golden light quickly condensed into a thin layer of light on the surface of his body. The chaotic energy that was entangled in his body suddenly surged and was released continuously. However, looking at the situation and the momentum, it seemed like the chaotic energy was being pulled out along with its roots. The chaotic energy that was released from his body quickly, completely broke away and quickly condensed into a gray ball of energy the size of a human head. Everyone who saw this ball of energy was shocked. Their hands trembled, and they almost smashed the energy on the ground. Ha ha ha, your mental fortitude is beyond my expectations. I didn't think that a little fellow like you would actually be able to persevere for such a long time. You are indeed very interesting. However, I was just playing around this time. If it fails, then so be it. This is nothing. Anyway, it wasn't my idea. Rather than forcing you to join, I would rather have a proper battle. A voice that seemed to be trembling in the chaotic void and mixed with a noise that was difficult to identify by ear rang out in the void. It was a strange sound that was like the remnant rules of countless things that had been destroyed. Everyone was stunned, looking at the gray ball of energy that was constantly rising as if it was about to leave this place. Everyone raised their hands and pressed on the energy tower at the same time. Sui Qing, who was tied up like a maggot, could not suppress his excitement. He jumped up and roared together with Hui Jun, "Beat the hell out of it!" The exploding light of order carried with it an unknown level of resentment and remnant thoughts as it pierced through the void. In an instant, the dark energy ball was drowned in a vast amount of energy. In the void, a dazzling firework blossomed. Amidst the mighty vibrations and vibrations, the curses of countless order warriors could be heard. Ha 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 ha. Is this what you care about in order? Is this where you belong? That's all. Ha ha, it's okay. See you next time. Next time, let's have a good fight again. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed, and the voice that came from the chaotic void gradually faded, leaving behind a lingering echo that slowly dissipated. Chapter 1932. The sudden incident inadvertently revealed a lot of things. For example, even though they were well prepared, they still underestimated the chaos concept bodies. The group of gray creatures would leave behind a cloud of gray smoke wherever they went, as if they wanted the entire void to notice them. For example, a small degraded chaos domain had suppressed their collective power by more than 30%. For example, when the main core of the damage output expressed, "I am willing to join the chaos void," there was actually no one who could replace him. He even had to smash his shield and roll up his sleeves to fight. Forget it. This was an old problem that could not be cured, and there was no cure for it. As for other examples, let's not talk about it for the time being. Everyone was tired, and it would take a long time to talk about it. Now, they could only be glad that things had come to an end safely. Congratulations, congratulations. No, congratulations, my ass. Whether it was the process or the result, it was not peaceful at all. Now, there were still a lot of things to deal with: the delayed origin baptism plan, the delayed inheritor awakening plan, the delayed various origin creation plans, and most importantly, Maple, who had been half kneeling in the void since the beginning and was trembling all over, had to go and check on his condition first. He had just been forcibly pulled back from the state of willing to join the chaos void, and everyone was afraid that something would happen to him. Maple! Hui ran towards Maple while shouting. He quickly half-knelt in front of him and pressed his hands on his shoulders, his face full of anxiety and worry. "How are you? Are you still conscious? Do you recognize who I am? Are you still thinking about destroying the void? Do you want me to give you? Don't move." Yun Nuoxing's face was twisted in pain and gloominess. Her eyes, which alternated between gray and colorful, stared at him with a frightening gaze. "Don't move me. My soul. Cracked. Chaos. Not cleared. Clean. In the soul. Chaos echoes. Move back a little." Those who had just charged forward felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They hurriedly jumped back a distance. The order warriors who were filled with anxiety were busy fixing up the void and the void. When they heard this, they couldn't help but move closer to that side. Yun Nuoxing maintained her trembling state for half a minute before she slowly freed her hands and took out a cluster of light from her pendant. The cluster of light was bound by many origin runes and energy runes. The cluster of light had been condensed to an unknown degree and mixed with the origin energy and laws of origin to create a long sword made purely out of light, the rhythm of light, AI Hongyun's personal sword. He had yet to try using it after obtaining it, Yun Nuashing adjusted the rhythm of light to be less than a meter long. Her trembling hands clenched the hilt of her sword. Everyone felt that something was wrong when they saw her holding the sword. She was holding the hilt of her sword forward and pointing the tip of the sword at herself. Was she going to? Hui understood and paled in shock. Don't! Yun Nuashing clenched his teeth as the long sword made of light pierced through his body in the next second. He frantically urged the origin energy in his body to suppress his entire body and soul. A moment later, the rhythm of light that pierced through his back suddenly turned gray as a thick gray mist gushed out like a fountain, forming a huge gray fan that was probably thousands of miles long and wide behind him. The dense chaos energy made everyone's face pale and cold sweat trickled down their backs. It was not clear whether they were frightened by the observer's suicide or by the massive amount of violent chaos energy that remained even after the energy of the chaos concept body had left. Perhaps it was both. More than half of the people who saw the scene had their minds a little blank. The gray mist gushed out like a fountain for a full minute. All the annihilation energy that was repelled should have stayed in the void, but because the origin energy was also mixed in the mist, the annihilation energy was devoured by the origin energy that rushed out together with the origin energy after it left the body. It was not allowed to stay in the void. When the chaos energy in Maple's body gradually decreased until it completely calmed down, we immediately rushed forward and carefully helped him get the rhythm of light out. He then pulled Maple's eyelids to check and found that his eyes had returned to their original, colorful color. This guy had just fought a battle and committed suicide with his sword. Now his body was so transparent that it was almost dissipating into a ball of light, and judging from his trembling appearance, he probably could not move. When he came up, a group of people also rushed forward as if they were watching a critically ill patient. Each of them reached out and pressed on a spot, using various methods to look back and forth for a long while before they all breathed a sigh of relief. There is no remnant chaos energy of the chaos concept body. Sui Qing checked for a while and nodded to everyone before she softly breathed a sigh of relief. She then looked at Maple. It's not a big deal, but your soul has resisted the chaos corruption of the chaos concept body for half an hour. Even you are not lightly injured. You need to rest for a while. Yun Nuashing shuddered and rolled his eyes. Bloody hell, he was not lightly injured. He felt that he was going to split open. We held him down for a while, and after confirming that he was fine for the time being, he could not help but grumble. Are you dumb? You didn't expect a big bomb to be hidden in the corner. What do you think now that you have experienced the Chaos Half-Day Tour? Yun Nuashing continued to roll his eyes. Sooner or later, I will flatten the Chaos Void too. Everyone expressed that the word too was used very eloquently. Rounding it up, it could be said that he wanted to flatten the entire Yuan realm. They suggested that they find the initiator of the previous void turbulence to discuss how to carry it out. Or the two of them could carry it out together. After all, the two of them were from the same family. From top to bottom, inside to outside, they were more or less from the same family. It did not matter who carried it out. Everyone who was not at ease surrounded him and checked again. After confirming that there were no mistakes several times, they finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that they had relaxed, the Order warriors who were repairing the space and watching at the side also breathed a sigh of relief. It was only at this moment that the tense atmosphere that oppressed the void truly dissipated. The repair of this space became much faster. Hui held Maple and looked around. After finding Jing Yuanji, he hurriedly stuffed a certain someone who was almost transparent into a ball in his hand to her. Take your Lord Maple and find a place to rest. Phew, we'll clean up the mess here. I can still move for the time being. Yun Nuashing raised his trembling hand. Everyone scolded, shut up! Hui threw a glance at Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji quickly nodded. Without saying anything, she carried Lord Maple and left the void that was still being rebuilt. Everyone watched the two of them leave. Only then did they let out a long sigh of relief. Then they rolled their eyes again. This guy was really not human. He had just been beaten up by half of the Void frontline with 40 to 50% of their combat power for more than half an hour. If it were someone else, they would probably be lying on the ground or rolling into the reincarnation road. He still said that he could hold on for a while. Fortunately, Maple's face was covered in chaos and was not clear-headed. Many of his attacks were not used. Otherwise, today's matter would not be over. We may have to choose between Maple and the Void frontline, which one to protect. We covered his forehead with a distressed expression. This was not a joke. If Maple was completely chaotic and in a normal state, he would have already started to choose half an hour ago. It's not that serious. The girl in white shook her head lightly. His soul is guarding the initial light and balancing the chaotic energy. He has never compromised. This is the main reason why he could not exert his full strength. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. A certain observer had a lot of deadly skills that he did not use. Even because Hui Jun used his head to block the cannonballs, the most deadly attacks were stopped. Of course, there were still casualties. After all, they were dealing with a chaotic observer. It was impossible to wake him up without paying a price. More than 1,000 people have reported to the spiritual temple. They will recover in a few days. It's not a big problem. I Ching reported from the side. Suddenly, he turned his head with a strange expression. But the remaining 80% are in a heavily injured state. The degree of chaos erosion is different. This may take some time to recover. The source of chaos erosion is the energy of the chaos concept body. The purification process is slow. Everyone was speechless. After all, they were dealing with a chaotic observer. This tragic ratio of casualties was not something that an individual could do. In fact, the most serious damage was actually when they faced the first round of Origin, Chaos head-on. Yes, it was the first round. The full explosion of Origin. Chaos made everyone suffer. This was the first attack of Origin, Chaos. The attack power was at least 10,000 times worse than the last attack. Even so, it caused countless people to be heavily injured and light injured. More than 1,000 people died. If it were not for the Guardians blocking all the Origin, Chaos at the back, there would not be many people left. Hui pointed at himself and did not know whether to laugh or cry. You have to count me in. I was 2 centimeters away from dying. Everyone turned to look at him. Sui Feng looked at him, who was completely transparent and entangled with a faint gray aura. He could not help but pout. Why don't you go and rest for a while? Look at the monster. The monster is heavily injured. In the end, it was pressed into its own primeval domain to fight Brother Maple. Only you can think of something like that. We all thought that you would die in your own primeval domain. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. The last round of Origin, Chaos. If we don't block it, we will all die. How can we think so much? No. We have to block every round of Origin, Chaos. If we don't block it, we will be in big trouble. If it was me, I would have been fine. Because of Maple's rule power, it reduced a considerable part of my attack power. I calculated that I wouldn't die before the primitive domain exploded. But the last strike after the explosion, I would be gone, but I didn't manage to slash it down. Hui said with a lingering fear. This was the closest he had ever been to death. He was only 2 centimeters away from death. But what about the last attack? Brother Lei frowned. He was still in the midst of purifying the chaotic energy, and his injuries were lighter than the other guy who had just entered the void. He was temporarily fine, and did not need to be carried out for purification. Now that he heard Hui Jun mention the last moment, he could not help but think of the last moment when everyone was unable to attack. Everyone. No one can use energy to attack or defend. What kind of strange restriction is this? That Hui scratched his head with a distressed look, and the lingering fear on his face deepened a little. sinful language, is the same as the three forms of nothingness. It's an unreasonable power. The latter can be said to be purely destructive. It's completely unreasonable. With a ding sound, the nothingness will be left with countless destroyed wreckage. As for the series of attacks of sinful language, all sides are unreasonable. I've only heard about the specific details from Maple. I've never been hit by this kind of attack before. Today I experienced it personally, and only then did I know why he basically didn't use this move during sparring. We briefly told Fong about the sinful language he heard from Maple. He spread his hands and said, "That's what happened," using the combination of the world's sin and the power of order to launch an attack against order. Sui Fong was dumbfounded. He pulled out a bunch of his hair. It forcibly controlled all of us for 2 to 3 seconds. During those 2 to 3 seconds, we could not attack. Let alone attack, we could not mobilize any energy. If it were not for the remaining primeval domain, we might have been forced into the void to take a bath. If he used origin, chaos at that time, wouldn't we all be dead? This is really unreasonable. Just a second ago, they were standing on the beach, enjoying the sun and the sea breeze. The sea water washed over their feet, but in the next second, the beach turned into a trench. Everyone sank 10,000 meters into the sea and took a bath. If they sank, they would have passed out. If they had passed out, it would have been fine. But what if a meteorite had crashed down on them? When using that attack, we cannot change the form of the attack. It is not something that we can do as we please. Hui shook his head. Oh, I see. So, the effect of sinful language is to attack the order and then force us into the void to stop us for 2 seconds? Sui Fong rubbed his chin. It doesn't feel like anything is wrong. 2 seconds seems to be able to do a lot of things, but it doesn't seem to be able to do anything. We glanced at him, faintly. You're not the one who's responsible for getting hit. Naturally, you didn't feel anything. The attacks you suffered were all pre-attacks. The most important one was the last attack. Yes, the attack that should have been aimed at me. That attack? Sui Fong rubbed his chin. There was indeed something after that, but he couldn't remember what Fong had said. Sinful language. Owl. What was it again? Sinful whisper. Decapitate. That slash just now, even if I was in my peak condition, with full defense, and with the support of the entire realm of order, I would still. Huey's face was gloomy as he drew a line across his neck. 1 slash, and I would be killed instantly. Everyone was speechless. No wonder he was yelling about how he couldn't be saved after being thrown out. He wanted to kill Fong as well as him. It turned out that there was such a connection. Sui Fong said this. Are you sure this is not a concept-level attack? They had all seen how tough Hui Jun's defense was when he was in his peak state. If even that level of defense could be killed in 1 hit, there was no concept-level aura. The girl in white shook her head and said in a heavy voice, but it was like an attack launched by the entire Yuan realm. The attack was launched by the sins of the world. It was as heavy as the void itself. Even with a quick glance, I could tell that no concept-level power could defend against that attack. However, I couldn't tell how concept-level power would be like. Hui spread out his hands. Fong himself said that it was very difficult for him to use that attack. Usually, he would only use the first 3 attack methods of sinful language. As for this blade, well, it can only be used in the rule order energy form. Moreover, it can only be used in this form when one's strength is pulled to the limit. The restrictions are still quite large. Usually, I don't have the chance to see him use this blade. Once he uses it, then, you guys saw it. I was just a little bit away from death. That girl's interference was slower by 0.00001 seconds, and I would have been lying there. Sui Fong thought for a moment and clapped his hands. I understand now. When fighting Fong, we have to finish it quickly. Everyone looked at him, sweating profusely. Who's the one who wants to finish it quickly? The real sparring session had only ended for less than an hour, and he was already being silly? And he wanted to end the battle quickly? They had almost been finished off quickly. This? We coughed dryly and waved his hand to change the topic. Let's not talk about this. Little Ching, continue with the disaster report of this void-level disaster. Everyone's face twitched. Disaster report. It seemed that the loss of control of an observer was classified as a void-level disaster. Ching coughed dryly and ignored Huey's daily sarcasm. Apart from the casualties, the damage to the energy towers is severe. At least 1/10 of our inventory has been destroyed. 1/10. Give me a rough number. He scratched his head, sweating profusely. He was not very sensitive to these numbers now. After the new energy towers were installed, he did not manage the subsequent matters. He was busy with the origin relic and a lot of trivial matters related to it. For the time being, he did not check the inventory of the new energy towers and energy cores. More than 4 billion energy towers and energy cores of the same magnitude. Ching shrugged and sighed. Against Lord Maple, we mostly used ultimate attacks or self-destruct attacks, which would blow up after a few rounds of attacks. That's why both of them were consumed quickly, and one of the energy towers was completely destroyed in the origin. Chaos. Well, that's it. The Shrine of Origins was not damaged. Everyone was silent. As expected of a void-level disaster, Hui Jun had the foresight. This was indeed a disaster report. Phew! Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry again. Shaking his head and rubbing his forehead, he said, "Let's recover slowly for now. Sigh, many things have to be delayed because of this incident. It will take at least 100 or 200 days to get back on track. However, because of this battle, we have learned a lot of shortcomings that need to be dealt with quickly, which is a blessing in disguise. Let's just treat it as a rehearsal in advance. In the future, when we face the concept body of chaos head-on, we should be more or less mentally prepared. It's not a bad thing, but something good. I guess it's a good thing. Shortcomings, such as the lack of a way to counter the chaos domain, the imperfect identification of the energy used against their own people, the lack of power of the energy towers, and the fact that they continued to use the first-tier energy towers. I'm so tired. I just fought a tough battle, and I'm even more tired than when I was ganged up on by 20 high-tier primeval a few eras ago. Can we not talk about that for now? After all, you were still guarding the front line, so you couldn't cause trouble. I'm used to it. Every time I finished training with him, I just wanted to close the door and lie in bed for 180 days without moving. When I trained with him, I would be sent flying if I didn't concentrate for half a second. What's more, this is a real battle. A large group of us have been jumping around the border of the reincarnation road for more than half an hour. Even if we're still standing here, our spirits and souls may have already rolled into bed and laid down to heal. Look at everyone around us. All of them are full of energy, as if they haven't rested for a few eras. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid they would think that we're mistreating our employees. Brother Lei smiled bitterly. I feel like I've just fought a war as long as an era. How is this half an hour? Hey, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to lie down for a while. If I don't lie down, I'll follow in Maple's footsteps and become a ball. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Hui waved his hand and yawned. He squinted his eyes and looked tired. He finished his words weakly. Let's put other things aside first. For now, let's lower the priority of everything. First, we have to ensure the defense of the Void frontline. Nearly half of our people have major or minor injuries, and they all need to rest and recuperate for 4 to 5 days. It won't be fun if the other side finds an opportunity. Maple doesn't have time to take care of himself now. The front line is full of loopholes now. Everyone thought for a while and nodded. The next short period of time would be very difficult. They had to act to prevent the underworld primeval, whose existence was unknown, from finding out what was going on here. Even if they forced themselves to be alert, They had to act as if the front line was still lively. The Void Patrol Team. They should have received the order to come back soon. They can fill the gap in the current defense if they come back, I Ching said. Oh, that's good, Hui said, and suddenly opened his eyes to refresh himself. Hey, so they haven't come back after we've finished fighting inside. Ah, but Maple usually ends things quickly, so it's normal that he didn't hold out until the reinforcements came. All in all, it's only half an hour. I guess everyone is still desperately teleporting on the way and jumping around in the void. Tell them that the crisis has been resolved, and let them return to the Void frontline for the time being. Speaking of which, I have to give myself a new name. Hiss, forget it, it's too troublesome. Let's talk about it after I wake up. Everyone watched as a certain guardian staggered away from the void, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They still remembered that when the guardian took over the battlefield, he said, "If I take a step back today, I won't be called Hui." Indeed, he did not take a step back at the beginning, but at the final blow, he was sent flying so far away by the Sin word. Behead attack, Te, let the guardian be troubled by it, although they felt that he would not change his name in the end. At first, they thought that it was a trivial matter without any danger. Purifying someone who had been corrupted by chaos was a trivial matter in everyone's eyes. After all, the front line and the forces of chaos fought each other every day, and it was normal for them to be corrupted by chaos by accident. Even if the situation was special and the chaos corruption was in the origin, it would only turn from a trivial matter to a slightly more serious matter. But no one had thought that it would end up like this. Chaos concept bodies. Oh, chaos concept bodies, as expected of something that had fought with the gods in the Grand Yuan realm for over 300 eras. Well, he was partly to blame as well. After all, he had faced chaos concept bodies in their era and knew how ridiculous those old foxes were. Back then, when he saw little brother Maple calmly grasping that cluster of chaos energy without feeling anything, he relaxed his vigilance. After all, that cluster of chaos energy did not react at all, remaining quiet and harmless after being sealed by the origin energy. Who would have thought that it would suddenly corrode little brother Maple with a bang? Ah, that's right. Chaos energy that could be considered a creation of the origin or a creature-type life form had not been depleted even after 5 eras. How could it be simple? Tisk, stupid. That's exactly what I meant. Sigh. It was useless to give advice in hindsight. It had already happened. As Hui Jun said, it was better to treat it as a practice session with the weakened version of the chaos concept body. Since the fight was over, they could not treat it as a fight for nothing. Those who could still move had to quickly pack up and sort out the situation of the battle. At the same time, they also had to list out the 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Those who were still carrying a lot of light and heavy injuries had to quickly rest and purify. As for the other things, they could only wait until everyone finished resting and reorganizing. He was not badly injured, but he had been smashed in the face by the origin of chaos. He was also one of the group of people who had been purified by the chaos corrosion. When his sister, Young, and Barbaric Thunder all went to rest, he had to do something. However, he only listed out most of the important things and put them aside until little brother Maple could deal with them when he woke up. They needed the venerable god to personally interrogate them. To put it bluntly, these things needed little brother Maple to personally deal with them. Yes, these inheritors were not reliable anymore. Now they did not even have the slightest psychological fluctuation when they ridiculed themselves. He was finished. If this continued, he would probably be like Hui Jun, slacking off for half a day. As for the rest, he repaired the creation sanctum. After that battle, not only was the creation sanctum seriously damaged, but half of its structure had collapsed. It did not look like much from the outside, but one could see the problem after going inside to check. There were other heirs who could still move apart from him, but everyone was busy acting in the void front lines. Now that the front lines were half crippled, it would not be fun if there were emergencies such as checking the water meter in the underworld. Someone had to stand guard over the place, and other things could only be done by himself. Oh, and of course, There was another labor in the void frontline's little green child. He was busier than himself. And in just one day, he saw little green child going in and out of the creation space and the observer space, running up and down anxiously and hastily. Come to think of it, how is Brother Maple? Sui Feng scratched his head. As expected, he was more worried about Maple, who had just completed his chaos transformation, than anything else. Throughout history, there were countless beings of order that had been directly corrupted by the chaos conceptual entity. Even if the influence was expanded and the corrupted individuals were measured by world clusters or world groups, it was still a mind-blowing matter to count how many things had been corrupted. Under such circumstances, no being of order could revert to their original state after being deeply corrupted by the chaos conceptual entity. It was a miracle that Maple had held onto the initial light and was not forcibly conscripted into the chaotic void. Even so, it was precisely because it was unprecedented that Sui Feng was a little worried. He still had to check on the situation. Node 0, Temple of Origins, Maple's special bed. The name was obviously written by Huijun. This place had been covered in dust for a long time. After Maple left the creation sanctum, he had switched to a special bed. But this time the creation sanctum had blown up, so Jing Yuanji had no choice but to bring Maple here. Standing outside the door, Sui Feng first sensed the situation. There was no barrier blocking the door, no sound of conversation, and the breath of the two beings inside were stable. In short, there was no awkward situation that could be broken through. Sui Feng then carefully opened the door and poked his head inside to take a look. Then he felt that it was inappropriate and closed the door. Maple was lying on the bed, peacefully. Jing Yuanji was lying on the edge of the bed with her head leaning against his head. Seeing the two of them, Sui Feng suddenly seemed to understand why Huijun felt so anxious when they talked about him. Of course, before he left, he carefully checked on Maple's condition. He did not feel the chaos energy coming back from the ashes, so he was a little relieved. The rest would wait for the two of them to rest. How's the big idiot? Sui Feng was startled by a voice behind him. He quickly turned around and saw 1, 2, 3 for girls standing silently behind him. He did not know when they had appeared, but they all had worried expressions. Sui Feng looked at the 4 of them and said, "Oh, they are." According to Huijun, they are Maple's girls. They were all in the Void Patrol team and did not encounter this kind of thing. "Oh, you guys are back." "Yeah, we've been back for a while. After we finished with the things on hand, we immediately came over." Yuan Kong's gaze was fixed on the door. He wanted to go in and take a look, but he was worried that he would disturb the people inside. He hesitated and asked Sui Feng, who had just seen the situation, "The last time we left, everything was fine. How did something like that happen in the blink of an eye?" "It's a bit of a headache. You can wait until he wakes up and then listen to him." Sui Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "As for Maple, we haven't found anything out of the ordinary for now. The corroded chaotic energy probably won't recover. The only problem is the problem left behind after the corrosion. The aftereffects? Does that count as aftereffects?" He scratched his head and gestured to the girls. He put his palms together and then slowly separated them. "His soul has cracked. Anyone can feel it. It should count as an injury, but we don't know how to deal with it. If he can deal with it himself, then there's no need to worry." "Crack. What does that mean? Crack? The big idiot is going to become 2 big idiots?" When Yuan Kong heard this, a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. The faces of Dao Heaven and the others twitched a few times. That guy's mind and soul had already been damaged to begin with. Now that his soul had split open, wouldn't that mean that his mental illness had worsened? That's definitely not what I meant. Sui Feng quickly waved his hand and explained when he saw their weird expressions. "Maple has been resisting the corrosion of the chaos concept body for more than half an hour. The soul under his control and the soul corroded by the chaotic energy each occupied half of the sky. It's like a tug of war, and then his soul cracked." He sighed and looked at the door that had just closed. It will probably take some time for him to recover. But like I said, I don't know how to deal with it, or even if he can recover. From what I know, I really don't know. As far as I know, there has never been a life of order that could recover after being deeply corroded by the chaos concept body. The venerated god said the same, and Maple is the first life in history to forcibly break free from the chaos concept body's corrosion. Sui Fong coughed dryly. We have to observe the aftermath. If there's a problem, we can only solve it after we observe it. But now, we have to wait for him to wake up since he's exhausted. It's fine if you want to visit him, but be careful not to disturb the patient. His soul had just entered slumber not long ago. After watching Sui Fong leave the Temple of Origin, Qin Yu looked at the scene outside the window where countless flashes of energy were erupting. After a while, she turned to Yuan Kong and asked calmly, "Shall we go and take a look?" Yuan Kong looked at the tightly shut door and then at the scene outside the window where the energy was exploding. The flashing fireworks lit up the corridor, but the temple was silent. She looked out of the window for a while and then suddenly turned back. Her yellow dress swayed, leaving a long shadow. She gently pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 1933. The large room was quiet, and the curtains were drawn close to the open window. Outside the window was an ordinary courtyard with no decorations, and the sky was filled with flashes of energy. It was the result of countless energy explosions in the realm of order. Even when the light shone into the room, it wasn't blinding, and the sound of energy explosions couldn't be heard either. It was as if the room was completely isolated from the outside world. The door was gently pushed open, and 4 figures carefully entered the room. They looked around and fixed their eyes on the bed. There were 2 people here, but there was only the sound of breathing and heartbeat. Even if they were used to energy life forms being different from other life forms, it still made them shudder every time they saw this. It made them feel as if the person lying there wasn't a living person, but an empty body. Yuan Kong and the other 3 cautiously moved closer to the bed and glanced at Jing, Yuanji together. They sighed in their hearts, and then shifted their gazes to the person lying quietly on the bed without any signs of life. Really, she was as quiet as a corpse. It was strange. Yao Guang carefully looked at the person on the bed, and then turned to Yuan Kong and the others who were frowning slightly. He lowered his voice and asked, "How is Brother Feng?" "I didn't see anything unusual. After all, we just finished up. The big idiot should have already dealt with part of it, so I couldn't see anything." Yuan Kong shook her head and poked the big idiot's forehead a few times with her slender finger. Her brows furrowed slightly. His soul really did split into 2. It's very obvious. There's no need to check at all. It was like tearing a piece of paper in the middle, but it wasn't completely torn. It was more than half torn from top to bottom, and the remaining part was still intact. It was just that it wasn't completely torn apart, only a part of it. Apart from that, something seems to be moving. Yuan Kong bent down and put her forehead on the big idiot's forehead. After a while, she frowned and muttered, "It's strange. On the surface, it looks like the soul is completely asleep, but when I look deeper, I can feel that it's in an active state. There's something moving in the depths of the soul. It has the big idiot's own presence, and some other strange presence." Dao Tian's pretty face darkened, and his voice was grave. "Could it be chaos?" "That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Sui Feng say that he had already checked the area, and that the corrosive chaotic energy showed no signs of reviving? It shouldn't be the chaotic energy. But he didn't come in to check carefully, and that's the energy of the chaos concept body, not the ordinary chaos energy that we're familiar with. Even if he's an inheritor, it's impossible for him to look so carefully from the outside. Big Brother is also a troublesome guy. Who knows if something special will happen again?" Dao Heaven pinched his platinum hair and shook his head. "Besides, he likes to trigger special situations." Yuan Kong and the other 2 suddenly felt that what she said was very reasonable, so much so that they could not refute it at all. A certain troublesome fellow, even if he encountered ordinary things, under the influence of his own stubbornness, the ordinary things would become very unusual. Trespassing into the territory without permission, he would encounter trouble from the origin or chaos. Common sense was an inexplicable thing when it came to him. He and the things that happened to him could not be explained by common sense. What should we do? Qing Yu asked calmly. Check, or should we go and find him? The others in the front line are still busy. After all, they have just fought a tough battle. Yuan Kong sighed and looked at the images of the battle between the Guardian and the Big Idiot. Although the Big Idiot was muddle-headed and could not use his full strength, it was still a tough battle for them. I don't think everyone has the time. Well, let's go and have a look. Qing Yu, Dao Heaven, and Yao Guang all tilted their heads and said in unison, "Go and have a look!" Of course, there's an unknown active movement in the depths of the soul. Naturally, we have to go there to check what's going on. We can't see anything from the outside, but the Big Idiot's soul is very deep. If we want to see what's going on, we have to go there ourselves. Yuan Kong nodded and began to prepare. Qing Yu blinked. But if we go into the soul, it's okay. Yuan Kong waved her little hand nonchalantly and grinned at them. The Big Idiot is not guarded. Just treat it as your own home and go in. Haven't all of you been in there before? What's there to be afraid of? Dao Heaven. Although Big Brother is like that, I think Big Brother will beat you up if you describe his soul world as a public place. Family area, what public place? Don't worry, it's okay. If he wants to beat me up, he has to wake up first. Yuan Kong continued waving her hand and pressed her other hand on the Big Idiot's forehead. The power of the soul surged and wrapped all four of them. Then, hold on tight. We're going in. Yao Guang shrank his neck. I'm not mentally prepared. Don't worry. I have experience in this. We won't find him immediately after we go in. It's not too late to prepare yourself on the way. Even if you don't prepare yourself, there won't be a problem if you rush into his face. Yao Guang, there was a lot of gray dust floating in the air, as if something had been burned by a big fire. The residue drifted far away with the wind and spread to every corner, little by little, staining the space. It seemed that the pollution was very serious. Above their heads, the clear sky was covered by a thick layer of haze, dividing the sky into two distinct boundaries. On the left was a gloomy land covered by haze and dark clouds, while on the right was still a clear blue sky with the sun shining high in the sky. There was not a single cloud under the high blue sky, which was in direct opposition to the thick haze on the left. No one had crossed the boundary, but everyone wanted to devour the other. He subconsciously looked at the sky and slowly lifted his feet on the ground. He walked forward casually as if he was taking a stroll. The cracked earth was constantly changing from brown to gray. However, it was not that he would see the earth gradually crack and turn gray if he kept walking forward. Just like the two skies above him that were covered by a haze and a blue sky at the same time, the earth also tended to be aligned to the left and right. If he turned around and walked to the blue sky on the right, the earth would gradually recover from the cracks in a few minutes and be covered by grass, vegetation, and trees. In a few minutes, it would seem that he had walked into a forest and would be drowned by countless green leaves. As he walked forward, he could see mountains and mountains rising from the ground. The plains were gradually divided and occupied by many terrains. But on the other hand, if he continued to go deeper into the haze, the dead gray color would exaggeratedly cover his entire vision in just a minute. The sky was only left with darkness, and the earth was covered with a strange dead gray color. The ash and gray dust floating in the air gradually increased. The earth was also clearly divided into left and right sides. He walked on the border and moved forward, little by little. The border was a barren land that all life instinctively stayed away from. The heavy haze that shrouded the sky clearly told all life to stay away from this place. Indeed, no life would come here. The only life in his spiritual world were some small animals. Just now, a little bird stood on his shoulder and followed him. But as he came to the border and stepped into this place, it finally could not stand the atmosphere and hurriedly returned to the world under the blue sky. His nonchalant footsteps paused for a moment, and an aura of silver and black intertwined with each other appeared in the air before him. Chrysalis began to condense into a ball, and in just 2 seconds, it expanded to 1,000 feet in size. He casually grabbed the Netherruin sword that was floating beside him and casually swung it forward. He didn't even need to release any energy to tear apart a ball of silver and black mist that had just condensed into a ball in front of him. The exploding cloud quickly dissipated, and his vision returned to the barren land in front of him. Yunuashing exhaled softly. He let go of the Netherruin sword and let it float beside him. With a wooden expression, he lifted his feet and continued to walk along the border. His colorful eyes were slightly listless as he looked at the distant blue sky. "What are you doing?" Suddenly a voice came. The voice was like a mixture of dozens of noisy noises, making it even more disturbing. He could not tell the emotion of the voice, whether it was male or female, and there was no target around him that could make the voice sound. It was as if the voice rang from the soul, echoing in his mind. He heard the voice clearly, but he did not intend to stop and pay attention to it. He had heard the meaningless voice countless times. At first he tried to respond, but then he found that the messages conveyed by these voices were all disconnected and aimless. It was like chatting, but the chatter was all about logic, and it was likely to cut off the topic at any time and start to talk nonsense. In the end, he did not even know where the topic was, and it was just saying something to annoy him. In a word, lunatics. He did not need to pay attention to them. He was used to them. Their voices often echoed in his mind. Usually, he used a concept space to restrain them, lest these lunatic voices would nag him. But in this case, there was no way to restrain them. They had to nag for a while after he used the language of sin, although he had only used it once, and he had almost been killed. Perhaps it was because he had used the language of sin under the influence of the chaotic concept body that the cleaning up of garbage this time seemed so long. While he was in a daze, the gray clouds and silver-black clouds began to gather in front of him again. Not long after he walked out, another cloud appeared. This time, he didn't let his mind wander for too long. Before the clouds could form and expand, he picked up the Nethervoid sword and swept them clean with a single slash. "It's so noisy. This world is boring and meaningless." It was not wrong to be noisy. This world itself was noisy. But who cared about the meaning? Meaning or not, was it not a question of life-giving? He had said this many times. Could he change the topic? Also, rationally speaking, this nagging voice of yours was even noisier. If you could be quieter, he would feel that it would be a lot quieter. Although he did not open his mouth to respond, the voice sounded from his soul. Even if he muttered in his stomach, it would still be a response. Yes, he was responding to the voice again, but it was not a big problem. After all, they would calm down after a while. As the garbage was cleaned up, the frequency of their voices would also decrease and finally return to normal. After a while, you have become more human-like. Why? Have you started to grow in the world? Sorry, he had lost his personality. He was a huge lunatic. The most important thing in the void was to force him. He had no emotions and no humanity. Among your countless eyes, which one of you used to judge that a human-like person would think of slashing the entire void of order every day? Should I drag him out and give him a treatment? Sure enough, it was still a neurotic speech, and he should not have paid attention to it. He should use less of the language of sin in the future. Every time he used it, he would have to listen to them rambling on, which was very annoying. It was as if they were gathering in his head, with tens of millions of lives opening their mouths at the same time and blabbering on endlessly. In fact, he had already filtered out a lot of the voices, otherwise it would only be noisier here and turn the world upside down. He actually did not like the sinful language series of skills. It was an attack that used the sins of the world and the power of order. Although it was useful, the effect on him was also unforgettable. The blabbering in his soul was just a small side effect. Compared to the overall effect, it was only slightly worse than being bitten by a mosquito. Every time he used the sins of the world, they would go on a rampage in his body and soul. It was as if they were going to tear him apart from the inside. Whether he was a celestial god or an Empyrean god, this feeling had never subsided. It was the same even now. However, the pain from the inside could be slightly reduced or restrained. If you don't like it, can't you just not use it? I didn't want to use it, but it came to me anyway. It was nestled in my body and soul, occupying a part of my space, and I couldn't drive it out. I had to let it play a role, just like collecting rent. Although I didn't want to, this thing was really useful, wasn't it? In dealing with the current trouble, this power was indispensable. How could I be willing to give it up when I had such extraordinary power? Before the world returned to peace, I would never consider giving up my power. Silver-black clouds suddenly gushed out from the cracked ground around him. It was as if he had run into a cloud. Because it was too sudden, his reaction was a little too quick. He almost used the power of the Netherworld Ruin's sword. With a sweep of his sword, the entire space suddenly exploded with hundreds of small fireworks. The ground trembled for a moment. Countless rocks on the cliff to his left broke apart and fell down. The sound of the rocks hitting the ground could not be heard for a long time. It's dangerous. Dangerous? I'm used to it. It's just that cleaning up the garbage is a little loud. It's nothing. Anyway, even if I run into the sins of the world now, it's not a big deal. I've already passed the time of the sin, word's influence. I'm just cleaning up now, so it won't affect me much. Hey, do you take me for a fool? You actually said that I'm annoying. The danger I'm talking about isn't this danger. He thought for a moment and continued to walk forward with a blank expression. This time he did not even bother to respond. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Walk slower. Are you pretending that you didn't hear me? He did not. He heard it very clearly. He just wanted to walk faster. Staying at the border was not fun. This place was barren and boring. If he did not deal with it quickly, it would be another big problem. There was another big problem on the other side. Seriously, after being pushed into the chaos by the chaos concept body to wash his face, he just wanted to have a good rest. Don't walk so fast if you want to rest. Hey, walk slower. Listen to me. I already said that I heard you. I won't be silent anymore, all right? I really heard you. It's so annoying. Why is the sound so annoying today? Why is the frequency so much higher? He did not continuously use incriminating words, and he did not rush into the high-risk area. Speaking of which, the initial high-risk area of the explosion had already been cleared, so it should not be so fast, right? Also, this sound, why did it sound like something was not right? It doesn't seem to be so crazy anymore. Big idiot. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he heard the unbearable voice and the sudden impact on his back. He quickly recovered from his stupefied, absent-minded, and dazed state. When he turned his head, he saw a figure hanging on his back and panting heavily. He looked back and saw Dao Tian, Qingyu, and Yao Guang running toward him. Considering the speed at which he walked just now, he felt that these girls might not be able to catch up with him. They were panting from running. Pulling the figure on his back in front of him, Yuan Kong was panting and rolling his eyes at him. Phew, you big idiot. I almost died from running. How can you be so absent-minded when walking? Yun Nuashing. Because I really didn't expect that someone would come here at this time. Let's not talk about this. Come here first. This place is not fun for you. Yun Nuashing hurriedly pulled the few girls who were out of breath from running behind, in front of him. The surging origin energy condensed into a barrier to cover the four of them. Only then did he see that their expressions were slightly better. The atmosphere in this place can even affect the heavenly God of the beginning. Don't leave my side. Yun Nuashing looked at the four girls who could not wait to sit down and rest. He tilted his head and scratched it. How did you guys come in? Yuan Kong rested for a while, and when he caught his breath, he said, Phew! We received an emergency order and rushed back from the orderly void. But by the time we got back, you guys had already finished fighting. I had to come over to see what you had done for a while. When I came in, I felt that your soul was not at peace. So I took the opportunity to come in. So what exactly happened? You were just staying in the observer space. How did you get corrupted by the chaos concept body? Yun Nuashing's pretty face frowned helplessly. It's a long story, actually. After briefly explaining the cause and result, the four of them let out a long, "Oh," and their expressions changed. Yuan Kong could not help but say, Who told you to bring people home randomly? This time, something finally happened, right? Ah, that's definitely not the reason. God knows that old fox. In the end, after dealing with it, you were corrupted by the chaos concept body. Not only did you almost tear down the creation sanctum, but in the end, the little girl doesn't even know you. Yuan Kong ignored his quibbling and said, Big loss, big idiot. Yun Nuashing was speechless. From all aspects, he could not deny that it was a big loss. The situation this time was indeed a big loss, and it would be even worse if it got worse. If he did not hold himself in one part, it would not be as simple as tearing down the creation sanctum. That would be the beast that had escaped the cage, collapsing the front line of the void, and after that, the void of order would be gone. Seeing the big idiot's haggard, helpless, and powerless face, Yuan Kong did not say those words. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said with concern, We saw your soul split open. Are you okay? How's the situation now? No, not good at all. To be honest, I have a headache. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. The backlash of the sins of the world is still okay. It's almost cleaned up. Now, the most troublesome thing is still the chaos concept body. Ah, it might not feel much if I just say it directly. Come with me, and you'll know. Don't go too far away from me. He sighed softly and turned to lead the way towards the hazy land. The four girls looked at each other for a while and followed closely behind the barrier made of origin energy, not daring to step out of the range. The border was a short distance away from the cliff on the left, and it was a little deeper into the hazy land. Thick ashes and dust were blown in front of them, as if gray and silver-black dirty snow were floating between heaven and earth. When the snowflakes fell on the energy barrier, they would collide and create energy sparks of various sizes, and the dense numbers made the entire barrier light up repeatedly. Intuitively, Yuan Kong and the others felt that these snowflakes did not have any destructive power, but it still made their scalps tingle. Their survival instincts told them not to touch these darn things as much as possible. Yuan Kong quickly pulled his hand and carefully pointed at the scene of countless snowflakes blowing in front of them. Big idiot, what are these snowflakes? She could not help but ask. It's a phenomenon caused after I used the sins of the world. Its essence is the diluted sins of the world, and it's one of the main ways they spread and corrode my soul. The cracked land you just saw was also affected by the erosion of these snowflakes. Yun Nuashing extended his hand out of the barrier, and some suction force appeared from his palm, attracting some of the broken snow that floated past to the top of his hand. The broken snow that was flying in the air spun, releasing a silver-black aura, and it seemed to be mixed with dark clouds and some faint, very faint, green air currents. It seems to be mixed with two other things. Qingyu looked at the snowflakes floating and spinning in his palm and was a little lost in thought. One is the annihilation energy of the chaotic, conceptual body, and the other thing is neither good nor bad, but its existence weight is similar to the sins of the world, and both have the weight of the primordial realm. According to the primordial God and the others, the commotion caused by them is more annoying than the sins of the world. The sins of the world only pour out endless negative emotions on everything, but they can use countless consciousness that covers all emotional states to nag people until they're stupid. Well, I have never seen them cause trouble. After all, they seem to be in a state of being completely suppressed by me. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to disperse the snowflakes floating in his hand. Yuan Kong tilted her head in a daze. What's that? The Sea of Consciousness. You probably haven't heard of it before. Just listen to it for a while. I don't know where to start with the specific explanation because it's very troublesome. Yuan Kong and the others all tilted their heads with question marks on their faces. Indeed, they had never heard of it before, and it sounded like a very troublesome thing. Yun Nuashing led them forward and skipped the topic. Every time I use the power of the sins of the world, my soul will be damaged a little. Of course, it's not permanent damage, but I have to spend some effort to deal with it afterward. If I deal with it normally, it would have been done a long time ago. But this time, as Qingyi said, due to some special reasons, the sins of the world, the annihilation energy, and the sea of consciousness are all entangled, and it's very troublesome to clean it up. The entanglement of the latter two is still manageable, as their main bodies have been suppressed again. Now there are only remnants in the soul, and they won't rise from the ashes, so what's left is also the most important. Yuan Kong's pretty face changed. Is there still remnants of annihilation energy in your body? Should I say that it's the remnants of annihilation energy or... Yun Nuashing's pretty face wrinkled like a walnut, and her face was conflicted. Just take it that there are remnants of annihilation energy, but due to some special reasons, this remnant energy is not in the standard cloud-like state that you know, but we're here. You'll understand when you see it with your own eyes. He stopped talking and led the girls to the edge of the cliff, and when they turned their eyes, they had already seen something in advance. They saw something like a sunken opposite shore, a cliff, and a cliff. When they reached the edge of the cliff, all of them held their breaths. Before them was a grayish-white rift valley that was probably almost 10,000 feet wide. There was no telling how deep the rift valley was, but the bottom and the cliffs on both sides of the valley kept releasing large clumps of snowflakes that resembled ash. Most of them were churning and swirling in the middle of the valley, with only a few being swept up by the strong winds and drifting in all directions. Yun Nuashing pointed at the rift valley and said softly, "That's the rift. It's the scar that you saw on my soul. It's a conceptual damage left behind by the concept class power of the chaos concept body, although only a small part of its essence is inclined towards conceptual damage. It's probably because there wasn't much power left after 5 eras, and it's not exerting enough. It's much calmer compared to when it first appeared, and now it's just a remnant after the concept class power finished its destruction and gradually calmed down. Factor, that is to say, this is the remnant of annihilation energy that you know, although it's now a rift." Chapter 1934. The gigantic crack that filled one's vision was like a strait that spanned across the ocean. From left to right, one couldn't see the end of it. However, the strait wasn't filled with seawater that smelled like the ocean. Instead, it was filled with a bunch of disgusting things that would make all life forms of order vomit or cry out in pain. If this stuff was poured into the ocean, no matter which planet or what type of planet it was, it would turn into a small spark in the sky in less than 2 days. Moreover, it would be a spark that was dyed gray. The surging wind under the hazy sky was also mixed with the aura of the annihilation energy that tore order apart. Just by listening to the wind, they could feel that the wound was starting to spread from their ears. It was weird. Yun Nuashing explained as she saw them subconsciously touching their ears as if they were hurt. Most of the concept class power in the fissure has subsided, but the remnants are still active. Their movements and the things they have done before will make you think that the attack is still going on, and the attack this time is aimed at you. But don't worry, the weak concept class power can be forcefully stabilized with the origin energy. The remaining concept class power has been severely depleted and will not be able to cause much trouble. That part comes from your senses. You can deal with it and press it down. Don't worry too much about it. Yuan Kong's attention fell on the left end of the rift. There was no annihilation energy near the end of the rift. She pulled the big idiot to the end and asked, "Is that where the rift begins?" "There's no chaos energy there." "The beginning is indeed there, but the place you see is very far away from the end. As for why there is no chaos energy, that is because it has been purified before you came." Yun Nuashing stabbed the floating nether void sword into the ground and opened the origin energy barrier. She stretched her arms and legs a little. "We have almost reached the place where the purification is needed. I pulled you guys over to have a look and do the purification. How do we purify?" "Ah." As soon as Yuan Kong said that, she saw the big idiot dashing out of the origin energy barrier and plunging into the big crack. They held their breaths as they watched. He had just deactivated his chaos form not long ago, and now he was jumping in again. "Don't leave there. Don't worry about me." Just as Yuan Kong was about to hurry over, the voice that echoed in their ears made them stop in their tracks stiffly. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Yun Nuashing had already plunged into the surging broken snow and disappeared. The next moment, the broken snow that had been obediently guarding its own domain suddenly became very agitated and began to surge violently. A strong tremor came from the entire crack. The dark energy surged in the depths of the crack. The dark energy aura became inexplicably excited and became irritable. The strong aura kept surging and had already spread to where Yuan Kong and the others were. The strange aura that rushed toward them made them have a bad feeling and subconsciously take a step back. The dark clouds and snowflakes in this area seemed to be attracted by the things that had fallen inside. A storm was stirred up in the rift, and everything in the rift was rapidly converging as if they had met their own kind. Seeing this scene, Yuan Kong seemed to understand what the big idiot was doing. Hundreds of ideas popped up in his mind at once, and some of them even extended very far away. He saw a lot of results. Anyway, none of them were good results. Just as she was considering if she should immediately leave with Dao Heaven and the others and report to the front line, the storm that was gathering madly in the rift suddenly disappeared. As a gust of wind blew, the vision suddenly became much clearer and clearer. It was no longer as dark as before. The gray clouds and snow in the rift below disappeared in an instant, leaving only the remaining snow floating upward. However, they would also completely disappear in a few seconds, and there would be no follow-up. Everything in the rift had been cleared, and it now looked like a huge grayish-white rift valley. At a glance, they still couldn't see how deep it was. If they widened their eyes, they could see faint white clouds and colorful energy flowing at an unknown depth in the rift valley. The two were moving around in the depths of the rift valley, intersecting, touching, and merging with each other to form a net that connected the two cliffs on both sides. This colorful net could be seen in the depths of the rift valley, and it seemed to extend from the beginning to the point where it would touch the chaotic energy again before stopping. There seems to be a net down there, made of origin energy. Do you see it? Dao Heaven pointed at the depths of the rift valley. "I see it, but I don't know what it's used for." Yuan Kong had a strange expression, something that appears immediately after the purification. "It should have something to do with this rift valley, right?" "Oh, be more confident. Remove the should. That net is used to repair this rift valley, but even with origin energy, it would take a long time to reconnect it. After all, it is a conceptual scar left behind by a chaotic concept body. Even if it is not particularly deep, it would still take a lot of effort to treat and a lot of time to heal." The voice that came from beside them changed its tone, carrying a noise that sounded like the remnants of destruction left in the void. Yuan Kong and the others quickly turned their heads, and what they saw made them widen their eyes and pale faces. They shuddered and hurriedly shrank into a ball. The person who had just jumped down had already jumped back up, but now her long gray hair, her eyes had lost their colorful luster and were dyed with the color of chaotic energy. The chaotic energy on her body was also in a very active state, as if she was in a state of chaos, which frightened them so much that they almost immediately adjusted themselves to combat mode. "Oh, don't worry." Yun Nuashing waved her hand nonchalantly when she saw how worried and bewildered they were. "I have chaos energy myself, and as long as order and rules aren't pulled over, there's no problem. The remnant annihilation energy doesn't have the effect of corroding order and rules, which is why you can put down the hundreds of thoughts that are swirling in your heads." When Yuan Kong heard this, he looked at the big idiot again. The big idiot seemed normal. Yuan Kong cautiously moved closer, but didn't dare to get too close. When he looked into the big idiot's gray eyes, he was slightly startled and took 2 steps back. After adjusting the distance between them and the big idiot, he felt safe and said, "Didn't you say purify? You've just purified it like that?" "That's right. I touched the 3rd type of annihilation energy after being corroded by the chaos concept body." Yun Nuashing had one hand on his waist, while the other hand spread out and flipped upwards. Chaos energy was churning in his palm as he looked at the dark energy with a helpless expression. It's this energy of annihilation. Compared to using the origin energy to cleanse it with a bombardment, it's much simpler and more convenient to just go down and collect it. However, we can't do too much at once, or the 100-odd tenants would have a problem with that. That's why we have to deal with it bit by bit. Even if we use the origin energy to cleanse it, we still have to deal with it bit by bit. You just said that there's a faint remnant of concept class power. Oh, didn't I make myself clear? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and pointed at the rift valley below. The remnant of concept class power is this rift valley. After it settled a little, it became a scar and was fixed here. The chaos energy flowing in the rift valley is just a small part of it that leaked out, while its most important main body solidified into this rift valley. That net you see is used to process this rift valley, and it will take some time. The 4 of them seemed to understand what he meant on the surface, but did not quite understand why it was like that. Yuan Kong pondered for a long time before simply speaking. "I understand, but it's not within the scope of understanding. What is concept class power?" Yun Nuashing looked left and right before pulling out the Nethervoid sword and simply walked along the edge of the rift valley. If they kept walking along the edge of the rift valley and entered the area where the annihilation energy remained, they would come into contact with a lot of snowflakes and would have to work hard to hold up an energy barrier. But when they walked along the edge, they had already pushed down the intersection point between the sins of the world and the sea of consciousness, and what was left were just isolated and helpless defeated soldiers. Now that their numbers had been reduced from the root, the number of snowflakes that floated out was not much of a hole. And after a while, the number of snowflakes would obviously decrease and would basically not float out, settling in the rift valley and not matter where they walked. It was just a hassle. But now that the 4 of them had come, and they had to hold up a barrier to move forward, well, it didn't matter. Concept class power. To be honest, I can't really give you an answer now. I don't know the specifics. Yun Nuashing tugged at his long gray hair and pondered as he walked. I can barely explain a part of the answer. First of all, concept class power is not some sort of energy or energy-like object, like the power of order and the power of rules. Concept class power is, you can treat it as a classification of power, just like the classification of power of rules. Yuan Kong could feel the movement of the chaos energy in the big idiot's body, slowly diminishing and cautiously approached. It's a form of power. Yes, it is a form of power. At present, there are only 2 groups of people who have mastered this form of power. Yun Nuashing pointed above her head, and the 4 girls immediately understood. Order was the god of origin, and chaos was the chaos concept body. These 2 groups of beings were the root of existence, and they were the only ones who had mastered concept class power. As for the specific changes in this form, as well as what exactly is different about this form, I really can't say for sure. However, it's definitely true that my firepower has become stronger. Isn't it all for the sake of gaining a greater understanding of the truth by changing my physical strength and energy? The four girls were speechless. That was the truth. Then those concept creations that you made before and concept class power shouldn't have anything to do with it, right? From what I know, there should be a little bit of connection, but not much. Yun Nuashing folded her arms. No matter if it's concept creations or concept class power, they are all related to concepts. This is definitely true. It's just that there's a huge difference between the two. Concepts themselves exist there, and concepts are concepts. They have nothing to do with the existence of these 2-foot things. In order to simply explain the situation that I know, I'll use a simple analogy. Let's say that a concept is a volcano. You can think of those concept creations that we made before as using the volcano as a barbecue. You can think of all the things that we've talked about in the past as how we're planning to dig a hole and plant a tree on the volcano. As for concept class power, as I said just now, it's a form of power. With this form of power, you can carry the volcano and run. Or you can become a volcano yourself. The four girls were speechless. It was a simple and crude analogy. They understood the gap and difference between them. They understood that the former was borrowing the power of concepts, while the latter was treating oneself as a concept. At least, they were on the same level and could directly interfere and influence concepts. However, they just didn't understand what concept class power was. I don't understand it either. Even the high-level primeval might not be able to explain it clearly. When I talked to the heavenly god of origin and the others last time, we didn't talk about this, so I'm not sure. Yun Nuashing shrugged. But even if we talk about it, it's useless. We can't use it. Even if we talk about it, we can't use it. Even if we talk about it, we can't use it. Even if we talk about it, it's pointless to talk about it. We can't reach that threshold now, so we can just maintain our knowledge of concept class power at the level of knowing. There's no need to waste time and effort to pursue more because it's just a waste of energy. Dao Heaven blinked his beautiful eyes and suddenly came forward. He smiled and poked Hao Ren's face with his slender finger. Oh, even Big Brother, who's good at creating miracles, can't do anything about it? Yun Nuashing turned his head and stared at Dao Heaven gloomily. He spread his hands and sighed. Hard course level is not high enough. He has me in a tight grip. I really can't do anything about it. Well, there's still time. Maybe in the future, we can find a way to forcibly use concept class power. Well, let's talk about it when the time comes. If we can really use that power, well, we'll just pay a price. Either we make our already weird self even weirder and more colorful, or, we'll just die 20 or 30 times. That should be enough to pay for it, right? The four girls shuddered when they heard that. What kind of nonchalant and plain words were used to say such frightening words? It was as if he wanted to die. Feeling the weird silence of the four girls, Yun Nuashing turned his head slightly and saw their pale faces. He shrugged. I don't care. No, it would be a lie to say that I don't care. Who likes to die for no reason? Even if I know that there's a spiritual temple next to me and I can do sit-ups in the coffin, the pain when I die is still very real. Whether it's the pain when I'm killed or the pain when I die, it's all very real. If I have to say the real reason, it should be no way. The price. If every price that has come true is calculated as money, I'm either in debt or rich. I've either overdrawn too much or accumulated too much. Yuan Kong shook his head to get rid of his pale face. Big idiot. A normal life shouldn't always talk about death. It sounds scary. That's strange. Yun Nuashing seemed to have heard something funny and could not help but laugh. There are still people who treat me as a normal person in this day and age? The four girls were speechless. This guy had already engraved his crazy state into his soul. He had already told everyone from his soul that he was not a normal person. There was no way to reverse this thinking. After cleaning up the chaotic energy leaking from another node, and constructing the big net at the bottom. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. He stood on the rift and looked into the distance with the 4 girls. The rift still had no end in sight. It seemed that there was still a very long distance to deal with. The part that had been dealt with behind them was gradually disappearing at the end of their sight. Yun Nuashing stood on the spot for a while and took a break before continuing the previous topic. I'm not a normal thing in the first place. Up until now, I'm just an unidentified individual who has been given the name of a race, plucked out of the void and formed a class of my own, yet I still don't know what I am. While I like a certain degree of uniqueness, it's more or less a headache to be so special that it's essentially unique. Still, it's just what I want now. For me, who has reached the end of my path of cultivation, the remaining path forward is completely laid out before me. It's almost as if it's declaring that I've done everything I can to reach the limit. Even if I had some misgivings before and chose not to immediately reach the end, now that I've come this far, I should move on without any misgivings. At a time like this, when I'm showing my own limits, there's suddenly a vague path, a dusty path that can't reveal what's in front of me, and I need to explore it bit by bit. For me, this is great news. It means that I can raise my upper limit again. What is the new path? Yuan Kong asked curiously. The path of this body's essence. Dao Heaven tilted his head. The path of an energy life form? Didn't you say that it would take a lot of effort to go forward, and you might not even be able to find the correct direction? Even if you found it, it doesn't mean that you can step on it whenever you want. Big brother, have you found the new path ahead? Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, Yeah, so many things have happened recently. I keep thinking that a long time has passed. Everyone should have been exposed by those big mouths, because you all often wander around the void of order and rarely come to the observer space. I did not tell you about this. Yun Nuashing stroked his chin and said softly to the 4, Have you heard of quasi-nothingness and primordial derivative? The 4 girls. ? All right, he was just joking. It was quite interesting to see their collective, dumbfounded expressions. Cough, after the joke, it was time for a serious explanation. The 4 of them let out a long oh. Then, Yuan Kong suddenly understood what he meant. So that's what you meant when you said those weird words just now. So that's what it means to not be a human. Even though I know you've been nagging about not being a human for a long time, I didn't expect that one day you're finally not being a human anymore. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and patted her head. When it comes to my essence, no matter how far I have come, it is actually under the condition of disguise. It could be said that this body has never seriously explored the path of essence since the beginning. So, this is a new path covered in dust. Heaving a sigh of relief, he turned around and looked down at the new node of the Rift Valley that was covered by the energy of chaos. His eyes flickered. After being corrupted by chaos this time, I have inadvertently understood something about the nature of things. I seem to know how to deal with it. Consider it a blessing in disguise. Lord Hui and the others emphasized that this is a void-level disaster in their report. Yao Guang stuck his tongue out. A disaster caused by the chaos conceptual entity. Although it was caused by my hand, it is still a void-level disaster. There is nothing wrong with that. Yun Nuashing shrugged. It is a void-level disaster. Since it has happened, we cannot treat it as a simple attack. We have to find ways to make up for the losses from this disaster. Whether it is a breakthrough in some aspect when dealing with the disaster, or a sudden flash of inspiration when dealing with it, it is a good factor to make up for it. For example, after this battle, some of the shortcomings of the Void frontline against the Chaos conceptual entity were revealed. It would have taken 80 to 100 years to come up with it, but now we know after a fight. Then, counting myself, I have figured out some of the more important things and have a general idea of what to do. With these 2 factors, the disaster this time wasn't too bad. The path of essence. Understanding one's own essence was like what ordinary people said about understanding oneself, and also like the saying, the one who understands oneself the most is not necessarily oneself. Walking on the path of essence was actually very easy to get lost. This was especially true for life forms that bound their consciousness, soul, and spirit to a specific object. No matter what, material life forms had a harder time understanding themselves and exploring their essence compared to energy life forms. But while it was difficult, it was easier than walking to the limit. Just like the limit he mentioned, physical life forms' exploration of essence was not particularly high, but it was too easy for them to reach it compared to energy life forms. As for energy life forms, their own characteristics made it relatively easy for them to explore their own bodies. However, because the upper limit was too high, and because the division of levels based on energy was not so clear, it was not that easy to cross between levels. In summary, it was difficult for physical life forms to advance, but it was relatively easy for them to reach the limit since the limit was low. For energy life forms, advancing was simple, but it was difficult for them to cross the hurdles one after another because the limit was too high. For the former, moving at a constant speed and basically unobstructed, the earlier they could end things in peace. On the other hand, the faster they could cross the hurdles, wandering around for millions of years without making any progress. After listening to Feng's conversation with them, Yao Guang could not help reaching out to tug at her pale white hair and mumbled, "Should I switch life forms too?" Yun Nuoxing turned to look at her, only then noticing that Yao Guang was the only one among the four who maintained her physical life form. It was not easy for him to comment on that. Just do as you like, and don't care if it's more suitable. A path that suits you and the height you can reach at the end is far better than a path that is theoretically higher but does not suit you. Being able to reach the limit and not reaching the limit are two completely different states. Then, am I suitable? Energy life form? Yao Guang hurriedly asked, a little anxious. My judgment has always been bad. I'm a little hesitant, so Yun Nuoxing turned to Yuan Kong and saw her shrug. We did talk about a similar topic, he said softly in their souls. I don't know what she was hesitating about, but we didn't push her. Just as you said, big idiot, it's best to choose your own path. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. After some thought, he decided to speak seriously. Under normal circumstances, as long as the path taken before does not conflict with the change in life form, there would be no hindrance in that aspect. If you want to ask if the path after changing life form is suitable for anyone, well, you actually have to walk it once to know. After all, everyone's situation is different, and there is no way to judge thousands of steps in advance. Energy life forms are stronger than physical life forms, even if they do not reach the limit. That is an unchanging truth, but it takes a lot of effort and time to advance step by step. Everyone's path of exploration of essence is different, and that is also one of the reasons why I said that the path ahead of energy life forms is difficult. It requires repeated adjustments and changes to one's own constitution and essence. Sometimes, if one takes a wrong path, one would even have to turn around and walk back, completely abandoning the wrong path before moving forward again. Every adjustment to essence is a pain that requires constant groping. It is a pain that goes deep into the soul and is etched in the bones. What I just said about suitability is based on the fact that you have other paths to choose from. After all, the exploration of essence is just one of the countless paths, and your path of advancement has yet to come to an end. There are still many paths that you can choose from, and some of them are not as heavy and difficult, as well as achieving good results. However, for the path of essence, the path of energy life forms and physical life forms, the amount of time and effort required is on a completely different level. Before your path is cut off and there are still many paths around you, if you feel that you cannot bear the burden of the path of energy life forms, it would be unsuitable. Under such circumstances, instead of forcefully charging through this path, it would be better to change directions. After all, you're not as unlucky as me, and the path ahead is not blocked. Why would you insist on a path that you cannot bear and burden yourself without any obvious benefits? After transforming into an energy life form, you would need a lot of time to tidy up yourself in order to return to your original state. Before that, you would be stuck in the same spot, and if you don't tidy up, well, you might even have to take a few steps back. Seeing that Yao Guang was about to faint from her big brother's words, Dao Heaven softly added as a reminder, "Back then, I had also hesitated for a long time before I chose to change my essence. Energy life forms. Although they are powerful, they require a lot of effort. If you put your heart and soul into it, you might even slow down your progress in the main path of cultivation." Something like that. Yao Guang was dazed for a while before her expression slowly relaxed as if she had made up her mind. Seeing that, Yun Nuashing continued, "It's fine as long as you understand. No matter what you choose, you just have to move forward with your own thoughts. If you want to change your life form, you can look for the commander-in-chief or the vice-commander of the node, or Hui and the others. Of course, you can also look for me, but you might have to wait for a while if you want to find me. I have to deal with all the bumps on my body before I have the time to do other things." Yao Guang nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. "Then I'll wait for a while. Actually, I've been thinking about asking you for help for a while, Big Brother Feng. There were a few times when I almost came, just a little, and I've already thought of how to say it." Yun Nuashing and the others were speechless. No wonder she made up her mind so quickly. Was this girl the kind of person who would recite lines in front of a mirror in the middle of the night to simulate a situation? Feeling the strange gazes of the four, Yao Guang scratched her long white hair in embarrassment. "I've actually hesitated for a long time. I'm not like you guys who can make changes immediately with a firm goal. I've been reciting to the void for a long time, but I'm still a little hesitant. They used to tell me that I'm always indecisive when it comes to my own matters. Looks like I haven't changed even after a few eras." The four were speechless. They saw it, they all saw it. Chapter 1935. Boom! There was a dull roar. It was the sound of the earth crashing into each other. Yun Nuashing and the other four stood at the edge of the Rift Valley, shading their eyes with their hands as they looked at the far end of the Rift Valley. The grayish-white dust had been thrown into the air by the impact of the movement. A node of the Rift Valley was slowly closing, and the moment it closed, it released a colorful light of energy, projecting from the ground into the air and dispelling part of the thick haze, weaving a continuous thin veil of aurora into the sky. It was clearly visible even when the sun shone. A sound mixed with the aura of order and rule reached their ears simultaneously. Instead, it was the tremor that took a while before it reached their feet. After all, it was not the movement of an energy explosion, and it was a little slow when it came from tens of thousands of miles away. However, the tremor did not weaken at all. It made them experience the shaking of the void for a while. Looking at the space squeezing in front of them, twisting like a towel, twisting into a twist like a wave, like an abstract painting, the four girls could not help but sigh at the exaggeration of the movement. They wondered if it had something to do with the chaos concept body. When Yun Nuashing saw it, she only wanted to say one thing. Ouch! Yuan Kong and the others were stunned when they heard the gloomy and slightly painful words. They turned their heads and saw the big idiot slowly squatting on the ground, holding his head with his hands and shaking his head with a pale face. Only then did they realize that this was a construction in his soul. They saw it as entertainment, just like watching a scene of moving mountains and filling seas in the ordinary world. They had forgotten that they were actually in his soul world. Such a huge movement felt like his soul had been torn in half and was being pushed back. Wah! Just thinking about it made them feel so painful that their faces were filled with agony. Yuan Kong squatted down and held the big idiot's shoulder. "How are you?" "Ugh, not so good." Yun Nuashing frowned and kept shaking her head, trying to relieve the soul-deep pain. However, it seemed that the more she shook, the more uncomfortable it was. When she stopped, it was so painful that she twitched again. The damage to the soul is it's just that the healing of the concept level damage. There's a second damage. I haven't gotten used to it yet. It's very painful, so painful that I feel like I'm back in my childhood when I found a team to go on a mission for the first time and accidentally got stabbed in the back. Yuan Kong smiled bitterly. Isn't your metaphor too detailed? It's not a metaphor. Yin Nuashing covered half of his face and stopped shaking his head. This is what really happened. When I was young, I was naive, cute, silly, and foolish. I gave my back to someone whom I thought I was familiar with after knowing them for only 4 to 5 days. In the end, I was stabbed in the back. When I think about it, I feel a slight pain in my spine. Hey, it's the part you're holding. Usually, there would be a follow-up to such a statement. Based on her understanding of the big idiot, there must be a follow-up. And then, Yun Nuashing tilted her head. I almost died. Half of my life in exchange for 3 lives. It's not a loss. The 4. They knew there would be a follow-up, but they did not expect it to be this extent. Did he not take his life seriously since he was young? You didn't cherish your life when you were young? Dao Tian squatted in front of him, holding his face with both hands and rubbing it. More than 10 eras have passed, and you still don't cherish your life. Hey, cherish my life. Don't rub my face. Wait for me to finish. Yun Nuashing puffed her cheeks and stopped the girl's mischievous hands. She sighed softly and said faintly, the topic of cherishing life is a false topic from the birth of all life. It's a false proposition. You can only control a part of your life. This part is safe as long as you don't treat it carelessly. The other part is full of uncertainty, randomness, and suddenness. In other words, it's either probability or probability. It's too heavy and too light. No one can grasp it. It's just a joke. I can pray that the probability is 99. 99% every time, and that might be the truth. However, as long as there is one time, whether it's a short, long, or infinite life, as long as there is one time where the probability is 0, 1%, it's just like when I was stabbed in the back when I was young. From the moment I was stabbed in the back, my fate took a turn. No, to be more specific, from the moment I met those people, it had already taken a turn, and it was a turn that fell straight to the bottom of the valley. My fate fell headlong into the smelly ditch and was never clean again. Let me ask you a funny question. What would happen if someone else encountered the same situation? For example, you guys encountered the same situation? By the way, when I encountered the same thing, I was about 12 or 13 years old. Those 3 people were about the same level as me. They were slightly stronger than me. They were also older than me. Yao Guang thought carefully. If this question were to happen to us, it might be more tragic. After all, we're girls. Yun Nuashing. Don't think about that. Just think of it as if you were me and encountered the same situation as me. Would I have died if I just lay there? Qing Yu asked calmly. There's a 50% chance. After all, the place is remote, and it's quite a distance from where there are people. Oh, by the way, I wasn't rescued by anyone at that time. I survived by myself, so this part of the plot can be skipped. By the way, I dragged my injuries and killed them all in half a minute. Although it made my injuries worse in the end, when I was done, I almost passed out with a kick of my legs. Qing Yu thought for a moment. Based on my temperament when I was a child, I should have just lay there in fear. Whether I'm dead or alive may not be known until later. If I survived, I don't know what I would have done. Maybe I would have cried and ran home. After all, it was a child. When encountering such a thing, there's not much to think about. Yuan Kong turned his head and snorted. I would have killed them with a blast of chaos energy. Yun Nuashing and the others. After all, they were beings of the order of chaos. They were natural energy life forms and were born with the power of the order of chaos. It was hard to say who was the one who stabbed who. Big idiot, what's your answer? Why did you? Yuan Kong felt that this answer might be one of the reasons that led him to this day. It might be one of the reasons for his current personality. Yin Nuoxing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly stood up when she felt a little better, facing the great rift valley that had been completely purified and was just waiting to heal. She let out a strange laugh. From the moment they pulled out their knives, my life and fate had been destroyed. Then let's die together. You want to live after destroying everything of mine. That doesn't exist, it will never exist. Such an answer, even if it crushes my soul, I will destroy everything that caused all of this to happen. He turned his head and looked at the four girls who looked half shocked and half unsurprised. He smiled sweetly. This is my initial obsession with living and fighting. Even though things have changed with the passage of time, and the obsession has changed a lot as I kept moving forward. Perhaps even the general direction of the obsession has changed. But even now, the shadow of the initial obsession still remains. It has never disappeared. Perhaps if this had never happened, I would have become a little more normal, as all of you wished. A little, more like a human. Perhaps I would not have changed. The initial guiding effect of the initial incident is nothing more than sowing a seed. There are many more things that happen later. Perhaps there are many ifs. But in the current outcome of the fixed reality, it is nothing more than a joke. Gently stroking his long hair that was slowly turning back to its original color, he breathed a long sigh and looked at the hazy sky. That is why the phrase cherishing life is nothing but a joke from the very beginning. What you can cherish is only the part that you hold in your hand. When it comes to the other 1%, you just have to endure it. If you can't, you can only blame it on bad luck when it comes to natural disasters and void-level disasters. As for man-made disasters, I've already said that just now. Just like that, I walked further and further down this path and became more and more crooked. I don't think it's a big deal. Everything in this world is nonsense in the first place, and everything in this world is indifferent. With such thoughts, I became more and more abnormal, until it became the current situation. It's not too bad, right? After all, jokes like the void jokes like order and chaos do not require normal characteristics. Normal people would never be able to participate in such a stage. Even if they did, they would never truly step into it. They would just be one of Chun Lai's members who were accidentally injured by chaos. I'm quite unlucky. There are actually quite a number of such incidents. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. It's not like I've forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. It's just that, well, there might still be that little bit of hope and that thing in the bottom of my heart. But in the end, nothing good ever came out of it. I've been stabbed in the back so many times that I chose not to believe in anything. I don't want to believe in anything. Walking alone and doing things by myself is quite good. Joining something, taking charge, whatever. And if I think about it carefully, if I'm one of those high and mighty people who always talk about reason, blabber on and on, playing with people's hearts, and ugh, no, I want to vomit. I'm not a talent from the performing arts. I'm from the combat arts. In the future, everything I do will be by myself, fighting and fighting alone. The number of times I've feigned civility with others could be counted on one hand. They thought for a moment. Imagine him standing on a high platform and waving his arm, while the people below the platform were all fooled and brainless people who only knew how to shout for faith, for justice, and for honor. Every once in a while, he would have to feign civility with the visitors from the neighboring worlds or from other major sects and factions. Hiss! When they thought about it, they felt that this style was not quite right. As expected, the crazy observer who would collapse the void without saying anything was more normal than a certain observer who would never compromise with anything. Yuan Kong and the other three were silent. To sum it up, they basically relied on brute force when fighting, brute force when doing things, and flipping the table when negotiating. The rest had not been decided yet. Anyway, that was more or less what they meant. They just needed to convey it to him. If they wanted him to sit down and have a war of words, if they had the time to do that, they could just use origin, primal chaos, and be done with it. After all, they did not need to be gifted in this aspect to deal with the biggest problem in the Deyuan realm. Those who wanted to negotiate with the other side were either mentally ill or mentally ill. If I'm targeted, I'll kill him first. If I'm threatened, I'll kill him as soon as I meet him. If someone comes to me, I won't be able to go back. Although I might not kill them all, I'm not interested in killing them casually unless they annoy me. It's troublesome, and I'm not bloodthirsty, but that's my attitude. My stand is firm, and I've never changed. I don't expect such things to change. When you speculate about others with kindness, you may get kindness or malice. If you look at others with malice, you'll find that your malice is far from enough. Just because you have a bottom line, it doesn't mean that others have one too. The phrase, "the world is beautiful," is just a world painted by children's sketchbooks. You see, these are all things that can destroy and distort one's life and fate. When these things happen, everything has changed. It's impossible to compromise. If you compromise once, there will be a second time. You'll never be able to let go of yourself if you hold on to a fluke. Anyway, I'm not a person. I'm just a lunatic. Yun Nuashing sat on the edge of the great Rift Valley, dangling her legs in the air and swinging them casually. Whether it's in this life or the next, I don't plan to talk to many people. It's too troublesome, and I don't have time to waste on talking. That's what you say. Dao Heaven sat down beside her. Aren't you talking to us too? You've even wandered around with the Guardian for a dozen eras. Well, maybe there's still a little bit of kindness in my heart, but it's just a little bit. Of course, a more accurate answer would be that it doesn't matter. As I said just now, strangling things in the cradle is my standard for dealing with most things after reaching rebirth. I don't have to care too much about whether things are troublesome or not, and I don't have to care who is involved. I just have to be good at fighting. The light of truth in the void will flatten all troublesome things, and if it can't, then flatten the void as well. The four girls smiled bitterly in their hearts. It's true that I'm good at fighting. As for talking to you, it's not troublesome to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned as she spoke. Of course, sometimes when I talk, I don't feel that it's troublesome. But if you feel that it's troublesome, just say it. I won't say it. It's not troublesome, not troublesome. Dao Heaven smiled and nudged her gently. She tilted her head and rested her chin on her hand, looking into her eyes. Go on, go on. It's very interesting to listen to. The other three girls quickly nodded. Yun Nuashing said, "Are you listening to it as a story?" "Yes," the four girls said in unison. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. "I think my story is quite boring. Why do you all like to listen to my story as much as they do? The things that a normal life comes into contact with are far less than the things that an abnormal life comes into contact with." Dao Heaven stretched and responded to her big brother's question. Although we have our own experiences, in general, we haven't deviated from the trajectory of most of our lives. It's different from Big Brother. Besides, it's not boring. Big Brother is a strange person. I'm very interested in everything about Big Brother, just like what we said when we first met. Yun Nuashing said, "I'll stop talking." "Hey!" Yun Nuashing quickly stood up and changed the topic before his mouth twitched and accidentally revealed his dark history. All right, get up quickly. The rift is about to close again." Not long after he finished speaking, another violent tremor came from the Rift Valley. It was still the sound that arrived first, and the tremor slowly moved a distance away. However, judging from the time of the tremor, the location where the rift closed this time was much closer to them. The tremors continued for about a minute before stopping. The huge tremors caused Yuan Kong to tremble all over. He quickly dug his ears. The tremors are a little too strong. It feels like there's a huge piece of land in my head. The feeling of the resonance of the concept level scar seems to be a little better now. Even if it's just a slight movement, like looking at it, I'll be affected. What an unreasonable power. Dao Heaven patted her numb body and sighed. Suddenly she remembered something. She turned her head to look for her big brother, who had not spoken since the beginning. She saw someone lying on the ground with his hands folded over his abdomen. His whole body was transparent, and his face had a peaceful expression. She was so scared that she quickly shouted, "Big brother has fainted!" The four of them hurriedly pulled Yin Nuashing up and used all kinds of reliable and unreliable methods to torment him. After tormenting him for a few minutes, they saw him slowly wake up. He covered half of his face and looked haggard and half dead. It hurt so much. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was like dragging a living soul and forcefully piecing two halves of a soul back together. Just thinking about it was painful. In addition, this injury wasn't a serious injury. If it acted up, they could tell just by looking at him. Even with his strong spirit and soul, he still fainted from the pain. They guessed that he didn't roll on the ground in pain because this action wasn't very elegant. His image would probably collapse if he rolled on the ground twice. The feeling of pain persisted for a few minutes. Yun Nuashing trembled as he pressed against the grayish-white ground and muttered, "Concept scars, the resistance power seems to have weakened. It's almost exhausted. The speed of recovery will be much faster, which means the pain will intensify." He stuttered for about half a minute. He felt the tearing in his soul getting stronger and stronger. Finally, he could not stand it anymore. The corner of his mouth trembled as he said to Yuan Kong and the others, "Before the rift recovers, don't wake me up. I can't take it anymore. Do you want to sleep to avoid the pain?" Yuan Kong did not know whether to laugh or cry. "If I tremble for a while more, I'm afraid I'll develop some strange illness. I can't take it anymore. I'll go first." Yun Nuashing trembled and nodded. Then the energy in his right hand condensed into a brick. Under the shocked and confused gazes of the four, he smashed the brick on his head. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground with a peaceful expression on his face. The four. This is physical sleep. He is a wolf. He smashed a brick on his face, just like that. That red mark, they felt pain just looking at it. The continuous tremors of the earth made Yuan Kong and the others clearly feel that the tremors were getting more and more intense. It seemed that just as he said, the recovery speed was getting faster and faster. No wonder he had to knock himself out first. Using this kind of recovery speed to treat concept-level wounds, they felt as if they were watching themselves being sawed from the middle along a vertical line. Moreover, the sawing speed was getting faster and faster. If this was a real feeling, it would probably cause everyone to scream out in pain until their voices broke. After moving this big idiot far away, they calmly watched as the origin energy of the great Rift Valley emerged inch by inch and illuminated the aurora curtain in the sky. It was as if they were watching a colorful belt of light emerge from the ground and extend to the other side of their line of sight little by little. Accompanied by the tremors that reverberated in their ears, they could not tell for a moment whether the colorful belt of light burst out from the ground or appeared after the great Rift Valley closed up. In addition to the shocking scene, there was also a discomfort coming from the midline of their bodies. They felt that it was better not to keep staring at it, so that they would not have the illusion that they were being sawed in half. Feeling that the weight on her hand was getting lighter and lighter, Yuan Kong suspiciously lowered her head. The big idiot's face had a serene expression of ascension written all over it. Her body was so transparent that it could already reflect her arms. Furthermore, it was getting fainter and fainter. She was about to melt into the air. "Wah! Big idiot, hang in there." The four of them immediately panicked and hurriedly rushed over to save her. 5 minutes later, Yuan Kong was holding a ball of light in her arms. She looked puzzled and speechless. His consciousness turned into a ball of light in his soul. I think I can understand what CU and Blue Phoenix felt when they saw him turn into a ball of light in front of them. Dao Tian and the other two couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Seriously, this guy, he disappeared in just 2 minutes. Just a while ago, he was so heroic that he used a brick to anesthetize himself. But the next moment, good heavens, he directly entered a state of mild collapse. It was a mild collapse of his consciousness and soul, which was more troublesome than the collapse of his physical body. Standing at the entrance of the mansion and looking into the distance, the soul world in front of them had split into two halves. One half remained the same, while the other half was filled with ashes and haze. The heavy and strange aura was still heavy. Even though it had been dealt with, the earth showed no signs of recovering. This was especially true for the large area at the border and beyond the border. The ground there was still grayish-white, and the traces of erosion by broken snow and cracks in the earth were clearly visible. The scenery that once covered this area had changed from green mountains to a deathly pale plain. Even though the erosion had been completely stopped, it was still unknown how long it would take for it to recover. It seemed that there were still some things left there that kept the space in a state of death. Compared to the earth, the thick haze that covered the sky in the distance was dissipating bit by bit. The sky gradually recovered from its gloomy state. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The tremors of the Great Rift Valley were still ongoing. Before it completely healed, the soul world couldn't begin to recover. And as the Great Rift Valley recovered bit by bit, the big idiot's soul would become weaker and weaker. Right now, it's only a slight collapse. Well, let's hope it doesn't get any worse. They had taken some precautionary measures, but it was obvious how effective the precautionary measures were in dealing with the secondary damage of concept class wounds. Taking precautions felt more like comforting themselves. The big idiot had waved his hand to indicate that he couldn't deal with it, and even had to use a brick to numb himself so that he would be out of sight and out of mind. How could they, with their thin arms and legs, deal with it? She placed the big idiot's soul on her big sister's flower bed and pressed the little purple soul that had yet to grow up on the bed. She felt a little strange when she saw the purple ball lying on the bed without any reaction. Previously, when the big idiot was being corrupted by chaos, it did not seem to have any reaction at all. It did not grab the big idiot, nor was it affected by the big idiot. It was still cooped up in the spiritual world. Oh, the soul world was not affected much when chaos eroded it. What they saw now was the destruction caused by concept class power. Sister. It seemed that she was still in the process of merging with the big idiot's soul. After all, half of his soul was not listening to him. Sister, as his secondary soul, should be helping to stop the deterioration of his soul injury. Yuan Kong looked at the two balls on the bed and thought for a moment. Then she placed the little purple soul next to the big idiot's ball of light and squeezed the two balls together. Then she turned to Dao Tian and the others and said, "Let's go out and not disturb the big idiot's rest. We have to tell the guardians that his soul and consciousness are slightly collapsing. Yeah, we have been here for more than a day. We have to tell them about the situation so that they won't worry about it." Qing Yu nodded. Dao Tian secretly squatted by the bed and poked the ball of light a few times. When he felt 3 pairs of strange eyes staring at him from behind, he laughed awkwardly and quickly stood up. He quickly dragged the 3 girls away and said, "Ahaha, I'm saying goodbye to Big Brother. It's okay. Let's go." After the 4 girls left, the soul world quieted down. Only the continuous vibrations in the space made the soul world seem very restless. However, there was something strange in one place. Little purple soul, which was lying on the bed, seemed to have finally ended its long sleep. It suddenly expanded into a perfectly round ball and turned a few times on the spot. It seemed to have woken up. Then it suddenly saw another ball of light beside it. Following the familiar feeling, it hurriedly rubbed against it twice. Then it went in and stuffed the transparent ball of light into a solid purple ball. Chapter 1936. In the observer space, although a certain fellow was still unconscious, it did not hinder the use of the observer space. In fact, even if the person in charge was not around, the sea of energy was still churning on its own, and its energy had increased exponentially compared to a few days ago. Now they were suddenly feeling glad that a certain someone did not get carried away that day and did not press the entire sea of energy on their faces, or they would have been done for. As expected, they were glad that a certain someone had pressed all the things that he should have pressed down on, and did not let him reveal all the trump cards that he had personally prepared. Conservatively speaking, the Void frontline would have been blown up with every card that was revealed, and if all of them were revealed, the Order Void would have been useless. So, the question was, how many times could Maple blow up the Void frontline? How would I know? Anyway, the big idiot is the most dangerous person in the Order Void. Yuan Kong muttered, scratching her head. How was she supposed to answer such a difficult question when she had just entered? Everyone crossed their arms and nodded in unison, completely agreed. More than 2 days had passed, and it was almost 3 days later. Everyone who was normal, meaning everyone who was normal, had recovered, except for a certain fellow who was still half dead. Now they were normal, did not know what to do. In short, their priority was to solve the problem of the Void frontline defense. Over the past 3 days, everyone had been on tenterhooks. They were afraid that the underworld would suddenly beat the beat, shout slogans, and charge towards the entire Void frontline with bandages tied over their heads. Every minute and second of these 3 days had passed by in fear. It was also the Order warriors who had been guarding the frontline for the past 3 days until their stomachs hurt. They probably weren't as nervous as they were when the 20 high-tier primeval charged at the frontline. Fortunately, nothing happened in these 3 days, and 3 days passed quietly. Referring to the quiet pouring of firepower for 3 days, no node applied for support, and no node shouted, "My venerable god above," and rushed out while cursing. No. There was a node who desperately submitted an application to help sweep the nodes guarded by others. After all, that node had been growing hair for who knows how many years, and they were all led by Black Lord. Each and every one of them was hot-blooded and could not wait to charge into the Void, but they were forced to be logistics. He was already thinking whether he should transfer this group of overly hot-blooded fellows to other nodes, and let the fellows of other nodes who were already suffering from combat syndrome switch to the non-combat logistics node to rest and recuperate for a period of time. Anyway, for various reasons, the repaired fellows replaced the fellows who had been suffering from stomachs for 3 days. At this moment, the state of personnel transfer was continuing very normally. They had just planned to restart the Origin Baptism plan and were now busy accelerating the transfer of personnel. Then Yuan Kong and the others came and told them about Maple's news. The collapse of the soul and consciousness, concept-level scars, and so on. They felt used to it. Although the extra novelty at the end made them feel a little uncomfortable, they had already gotten used to the overall situation. He had been pressed down and eroded by the concept body of chaos for more than half an hour, and had also interacted with them for more than half an hour. If nothing happened, Maple himself would probably feel sorry for himself. How was his situation when you came out? Hui asked. I don't know. I haven't learned how to judge his situation from a ball of light. Yuan Kong shook her head vigorously. Hui and the others could not help but smile bitterly when they heard what she said. This was indeed a very difficult technical work, especially the slight collapse of the soul and consciousness. If the body collapsed, they could still judge from the soul and consciousness. But if the latter collapsed slightly, they did not know how to judge. Anyway, what was lying on the hospital bed at this moment was just a body. That guy's soul and consciousness were still in the midst of being hastily reconstructed, or perhaps he was still being tortured. He scratched his head with a distressed expression. I'll take 2 energy cores and pluck 2 flowers to take a look? Sigh, this guy is always so troublesome. Yuan Kong and the others shuddered, and the former hurriedly waved her hand. There's no need to go. We just came out, and it's not good to keep disturbing the big idiot. Let him sleep there. After all, he'll lift the coffin lid and come out in a few days. Hui thought about it and felt that it was true, but the slightly stiff expressions of the four girls made him lose control of his brain. That's what you say, but your expressions make me feel that there's something hidden. What did you do to that guy when you came out? You didn't strip him, did you? Suifeng and Brother Lei, who were reconstructing the domain of origin, all spat out mouthfuls of saliva and rolled their eyes. There were more girls in this place. Could this guy's mouth not float? As expected, little Brother Feng had to come out at this time and beat him up before he said more shocking things to give him a rest. Seeing Yuan Kong grimacing in pain without saying anything, but his expression became more subtle, as if he had really guessed correctly. But it was not just that. Hui was slightly surprised and tilted his head back. His expression changed greatly. Could it be that not only did he strip, but he also took the opportunity to do more? Shut up. You shut up. Drag him away. Drag him away. Suifeng and Brother Lei each covered their mouths and held their arms. The two of them cursed as they dragged away Hui Jun, who was hesitating to speak. Suifeng tilted her head and looked at Hui Jun, who was probably going to be dragged into the depths of the domain for a friendly exchange. She turned her head and looked at Yuan Kong and the others. In short, his current situation is like what you said, right? That's it. Yuan Kong nodded and looked at the domain of origin that was being reconstructed. She felt that there was nothing to do here, so she waved her hand and prepared to leave. Then that's it. I just came to tell you, so you don't have to worry about the big idiot. Since you are still busy, we will go back to the front line and see what we can do. There are so many people at the front line now. When did there become so many people? Since you are already here, there is no rush to leave. Suifeng shook her head and waved at the four of them to follow. She then turned and walked into the depths of the domain of origin. The baptism of origin is almost ready. There are people in charge of bringing people here from the front line. You all came here just in time to settle this matter. There is no need to make an extra trip. Well, but as for you... Suifeng turned her head, her blue eyes fixed on Yuan Kong. She glanced up and down and whispered softly, "The stars are uncertain. It is not easy to deal with. As for you, let Fengling handle it personally. Although we have made a judgment, there may be a slight error. Moreover, it is a big matter related to you, so it needs to be handled by him." She did not understand the first part of the soft voice, but the latter part confused her. Yuan Kong tilted her head and mumbled, "What do you mean? What are you all planning to do?" The baptism of origin refers to... She thought about the situation of Fengling's sister-in-law that Hui Jun had told her before. Suifeng then said softly, "You are a being of chaos and order. Although most of the laws and order that you have constructed have become inclined towards order through your own efforts, there's still some... All right, I understand." Yuan Kong immediately raised her hand to interrupt her. She did not need to say anything to know what to say next. She could only grin, helplessly. Let's wait for the big idiot to decide. I will listen to him. Her elder sister was also a muddle-headed person. Anything that involved them and the origin could only be handed over to the big idiot to handle. Otherwise, who else could she hand it over to? She also knew what Sui Qing was considering, so she didn't force herself or agree immediately. You can even make fun of me for running into trouble again. Therefore, there's no need to force yourself to decide anything. If one day someone whispers in your ears, "Ah, you need to do this for your own good. Ah, you need to do this for your own good. Ah, you need to do this so you won't cause trouble for anyone. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this for your own good. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this for your own good. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this for your own good. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this so and so. Ah, you need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this so and so. You need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so on. You need to do this for your own good. You need to do this so and so on. You need to do this so and so on. Don't be too impulsive. Sometimes, what if the so-called good you think is limited by your own cognitive limitations? Don't be forced or induced to make a choice by anyone. You won't be so miserable. Look at me, I'm miserable enough. I'm being toyed around in the palm of the two broken things of the great Yuan realm. Is there anything worse than that? The words that the big idiot said during the family meeting were still deeply imprinted in her mind. She was deeply shocked. Although it was a long speech, it could be summed up in one sentence. Talk about important things openly. Don't cause trouble before you finish talking, especially things that have a great impact on you, or even things that are not only related to you. Time is not urgent enough for you to be in a hurry to be reincarnated. Don't make any rash decisions, lest you cause more trouble. Generally speaking, if you let the big idiot solve the big trouble, it would more or less turn into a bigger trouble. In fact, it was necessary to say it because some important things were not only related to her, just like how the big idiot would say it every time he was ready to charge and die bravely, unless the situation was urgent. She actually agreed with this statement. It was not a festival or celebration, so there was no need to hold back the surprise and not say it. Well, I digress. In fact, she just wanted to say that she had to wait for the big idiot to solve the problem for her. Firstly, judging from her situation, this was definitely a big matter that could affect her. Secondly, he was the only one in the void front line who could think about the origin and the chaos at the same time. She did not know much about the origin. Although Sui Qing and the others knew a lot about it, they could not make a more comprehensive judgment based on her special situation. It was not appropriate to make a decision rashly. Besides, there was still a lot of time. They could not do the baptism for the time being, but they had nothing to do for the time being. The Void Patrol team was all alone due to the emergency recall, and they were still counting the spoils of their wandering in the void. It would take some time to deal with the spoils of carrying things and the spoils of conversation. Before the new mission was assigned, the 4 of them were actually idle. Oh, to be specific, she was idle. Dao Tian and the others were going to the baptism, and she was just following behind to watch the fun. The arrangements are indeed a little scattered. There's nothing we can do about it. The current situation is still fine. If nothing unexpected happens, there's no need to transfer everyone back. But if something really happens, just like when Maple suddenly went berserk 2 days ago, we could only quickly gather those who were close to him and those who were in the nodes. But in this situation, most of our combat power isn't in the nodes. We can only be careful and make sure that nothing goes wrong. I feel a little tired if it happens again. If it's not little brother Maple, then it's not a big deal to deal with it. In other words, the most important thing is to hold little brother Maple down. Hold Maple down. That task has to be given to his girls to take turns. We can't do it alone. TCH, when she reached the depths of the domain of origin, Yuan Kong saw the Lord Guardian, Sui Feng and the others leaning on a pillar and listening to what they were discussing. She perked up her ears and listened for a while before moving closer. What are you guys talking about? Hui and the others turned to look at her and shrugged. What else could we be talking about? The Void Frontline and your brother-in-law, they said in unison. I know, I just heard it. What do you mean by scattered? Could it be that the void front line? Yuan Kong scratched her head. Well, it's more or less what you think. Hui nodded. Actually, those who stay at the void front line, especially the nodes and the order warriors who go to the realm of order to participate in the defense and battle, only occupy a small portion of the entire void front line. Very little. Most of the others are scattered in various places of the void of order, as well as the frontline world special zone. The frontline world is still fine as it's close to the other nodes. Just like the other nodes, there's a special teleportation portal. No matter which node suddenly has a problem and requires an emergency assembly, they'll be done in a minute and a half. Then they'll immediately grab their weapons and throw it at the enemy's face. So most of them are arranged in the void of order? Yuan Kong tilted her head and frowned in puzzlement. Are there so many people in the Void Patrol Squad? It can't be that they occupy 90% of the Void frontline, right? Hui and the others looked at each other and scratched their heads. Yuan Kong was startled. Is it more than 90%? Just put 2 more nines behind it. Hui scratched his head. Yuan Kong's eyes widened in shock when he heard what he said. The Void Patrol Squad actually accounted for 99% of the people in the Void frontline. What are these people doing? Hui could not help but smile bitterly as he saw Yuan Kong staring as if she had seen a ghost. Actually, there were already a lot of people in the Void Patrol Squad before it was named. You have to go back 5 eras. After they established a foothold in the new Void frontline, the Void Patrol Squad was already in a busy state. The things they had to do were no less important than guarding the Void frontline. The dozens of echelons guarding the Void frontline are the regular combat forces. Everyone doesn't have to worry about anything. They just have to think about how to throw their firepower at the abyssal death mist and how to prevent the enemy from throwing their firepower at us. This part of the Order Warriors and a large number of logistics personnel at each node together make up the 1,000th of the Void Patrol Squad. Although the number seems small, everyone is the best of the best, so there's no need to worry about combat effectiveness. Yuan Kong was slightly stunned. She tilted her head and thought. Speaking of which, when I came back from a few missions, I didn't see anyone who was not a Yuansher in the front line. Occasionally, there were some who were not Yuansher in the front line. They seemed to be newcomers from the front line or other places, or some special ones. Well, our elite forces are all gathered in the Void Frontline's realm of order. Hui nodded. When they beat up Maple that day, they gathered less than half of the regular frontline forces. But they did have 40 to 50% of the frontline's combat effectiveness. After all, everyone with elite combat effectiveness was gathered here. When the defense line changed, all the mid-tier Yuansher gathered, and the low-tier Yuansher filled the void with energy torrents to prevent the abyssal death mist from entering. In other words, 95% of the people gathered in the Creation Sanctum that day were mid-tier Yuansher. Plus Hui and the other Scions were all present. They made up 40 to 50% of the combat effectiveness. The other 50 to 60% of the combat effectiveness was made up of the remaining people. Even with such a high level of precision, they were still almost beaten half to death by Maple's chaos transformation. Oh, right, that day, in the calculation of 40 to 50% of their combat power, they threw Maple out. After all, they were going to deal with him at that time. In the beginning, the Void Patrol Squad had a lot of members, but it wasn't as exaggerated as what you're hearing now. Later on, the number of members increased bit by bit. Many things, big and small, became opportunities, and after that the number increased by a lot. Yuan Kong thought for a moment. Big things like the time when 20 high-tier Yuansher charged into the front line of the void. Well, to be specific, after the 20 high-tier Yuansher were beaten back and regained their footing. Well, that's what it means. To be specific, every time the front line of the void encountered something, retreated, or adjusted, after regaining their footing, the Void Patrol team would be busy, and the number of people would increase, Hui said with his arms crossed. Every time after regaining their footing, they would send out more people? Yuan Kong was confused. I thought every time after regaining their footing, they would quickly increase their combat effectiveness to prevent the underworld from suddenly making a big move. You are right, but this part of the situation can be left to the conventional forces. Our current confrontation with the underworld could actually be said to be a dispensable level of battle. The underworld just casually threw a bunch of cannon fodder to fill the void and attack the Order Void. Even in the few eras when we were confronting the underworld, they had never really mobilized a huge force to charge at the front line. They just threw a few high-tier yuanshi to guard the battlefield. In other words, the Void front line being beaten up is just a matter of convenience, and we just have to use the strength that is convenient to deal with it and keep each other in check. Huey's face twitched and could not help but mumble. Although it is convenient, we still have to consider the possibility that the underworld might go crazy, so we let the elites of the Order warriors stay at the front line. Well, after all, there is no need to let all the elites go to the rear, so there is nothing wrong with that. As for the part that is not convenient, you know that the underworld is stirring up trouble in their nest. We are quickly accumulating and strengthening our strength, and are ready to charge out and fight by force. As for what the Void Patrol is doing that they need so many people, Suifeng coughed dryly and took over the topic. They are roaming the Order Void, including the middle and lower planes where there are no obstructions. They are expanding the Void Seal, searching for undiscovered worlds, searching for signs of void turbulence, searching for the relics of the gods. Lastly, this is a special group, wandering around the void with the origin energy creations we left behind. How is it? All of them are related to the Void frontline, and their priority is not lower than guarding the Void frontline, right? Hui shrugged at her. Things have settled down over the last half an era, and many have been transferred to the Void Patrol Squad. Actually, we could still reshuffle the personnel after installing the new generation of energy towers, but after some thought, we decided not to do so, lest the front lines encounter a calamity, and we have no time to mobilize our forces to deal with it. Yuan Kong was speechless. It was true. The underworld's territory was much larger than theirs, and there were even signs of them meddling in the upper planes. The expansion of the Void Seal was to prevent them from finding gaps in the upper planes and stabbing the Void frontline and back. They also had to leave a small number of people to guard certain special places, to prevent a node-sized abyssal death shroud from outside the Void Seal. That had happened often in the past, but in recent years, as Hui said, they were simply dealing with it casually, which was why they were too lazy to do such things. They simply cooperated with the Void frontline and fought back and forth at the 1,300 nodes. There were a few more things to be said, but to sum it up, everything related to increasing the Void frontline's forces, especially the search for the relics of the primordial gods, was progressing slowly. To be honest, there might not even be any progress, but it had to be done. It was no wonder that so many people had to be moved around the Order Void. These were all long-term missions, and unless the Void frontline encountered a major disaster, such as a certain idiot going berserk in the Void calamity, or the underworld suddenly attacking, they would not be casually moved back. Yuan Kong had a sudden realization as she thought about it. When the big idiot went chaos, you guys had called back the Void Patrol. No wonder there are so many people in the Node City, and no wonder it took so long to deal with it. You had called back everyone who was on a long-term mission. Hui smiled bitterly. How could it not be a lot when the number of people suddenly increased by 1,000 times? Every node would probably be overcrowded. Just kidding, there was no telling how many layers of overlapping space in the Node City, and it would definitely not be crowded. After all, they knew that there would be a lot of people in the Node City, and they had prepared beforehand. If they stayed in the Node City, they would see a group of people running around, and a person suddenly appearing from a crack in the space beside them. Everyone was busy getting to know the new face. You heard what we said just now. Because there are too many people out there, it would take a little time to be mobilized back when there's an emergency. It's quite awkward that the time is neither up nor down, and it's a bit of a headache. Hui rubbed his forehead gloomily. Yuan Kong had a deep understanding. They had rushed back from the void, but before they could reach the front line, the emergency order had been lifted. The big idiot had already gone crazy, so what could they do? Since they were already back, they could only clear up the matter at hand and treat it as a long-awaited report, and then come back to rest and replenish. In other words, the big idiot might have already torn down the front line of the void, and they had yet to return from the void. It was quite awkward when they thought about it carefully. Hui shrugged and spread his hands. So, under normal circumstances, there's actually no problem. If there's nothing, they won't call everyone back. But when there's really something, Sui Feng scratched his ear and continued, if they can't be called back in time, oh well, just like this time. But this time the situation is still fine and there's no big deal. So instead of thinking of a way to solve this problem, Yuan Kong grunted, why don't we think of a way to hold the big idiot back? The three smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. As the strongest firepower in the front line of the void, he was quite reliable, and he alone could take on countless people. However, he was also targeted by the things in the void of chaos for various reasons. So there was another side to his reliability, which was called uncertainty and instability. They were afraid that one day he would really shout, I'm willing to join the void of chaos, and then use the nether void sword and rhythm of light to destroy the front line of the void. But actually, we don't have to worry too much about that. The only things that can affect little brother Feng are the chaotic concept bodies, and it's hard for them to even come out. And to be honest, Sui Feng covered his face and whispered, this time it's purely little brother Feng's own carelessness. Carelessness. The three couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't just him, they were careless as well. They all thought that there would be no problem. But in the end, they still underestimated those ink monsters. Chapter 1937. To be honest, she did not have a clear view of the situation at the Void frontline. On one hand, the Void frontline had been suppressed by the underworld all year round. On the other hand, the Void frontline had withstood the underworld's assault for several eras before retreating to the edge of the upper plane. At that point, the underworld became discouraged and began to focus on their own matters, ignoring the Void frontline. Leaving aside the half an era of discouraged, the situation before was just as she had described. Although she was close to the big idiot, she had never taken the initiative to understand such things that only needed to be observed and strategized. After all, she was not one of the decision-makers. She had always thought that the front line of the Void had always been in a state of full power and that they had been suppressed for several eras. Now, she finally understood that the front line of the Void was actually holding back, and that the battle that was erupting at the front line was just the minimum defense against the invasion of the Death Mist, maintaining the minimum amount of power that would not allow the underworld to break through the Void's blockade. Both sides were in a stalemate with neither side able to do anything to the other. It was a meaningless battle. From the perspective of the big idiot and the others, both sides were waiting for time to accumulate power. The underworld had to prepare for the possible defense of the heavenly god of origin in the divine realm, and all they had to do was to accumulate enough power before the underworld made its move. Then they would charge into the underworld and smash the place into smithereens. That was a truly meaningful battle, a battle that would change the situation and also a battle that would determine the future. Such a coordinated battle in the Void frontline was simply because both sides were not prepared and needed some time. However, they were unwilling to be left out. It's good that everyone is back from a long-term mission. We can adjust the order a little. It's better to let them finish the origin baptism and other things that they need to adapt to and deal with first. After they're done, they still have to go out. TSK. But that's a little. Whoa, we can't make it in time again. Hui was so anxious that he was dancing around. It's fine to finish the origin baptism first, but what about Maple's energy identification? That guy is still lying down and can't be adjusted. Even if it's adjusted, it can't be mass-produced immediately and everyone can bring it along. But we can't just ignore this matter. It seems like we can only call everyone back again when the time comes. Hui knocked on his forehead with a headache. It was impossible to find Maple now. That guy was still lying down. His soul and consciousness were slightly collapsing. He did not know when he would be able to get up and move around. Even if he could get up and move around immediately, he would not be able to deal with the problem of energy identification immediately. It seems that this is the only way. We can only wait for Maple to be ready next time. Anyway, there is still a long time. Although it is not very long. There is still time to deal with this part of the matter. Can't rush, can't rush. At the mention of calling back, Yuan Kong could not help but think of the large group of people in the Node City. Usually, there were not many people in the Node City. It was empty. Yes, empty. She remembered that there were quite a lot of people in the Node City a long time ago, although there were not as many people as there were now. When she called everyone back, the Node City was quite lively at that time. Later on, the Node City gradually became empty, leaving only the front line of order who were still in a state of busy fighting, as well as some places in the Node City, between the Temple of Origins and the current creation. It turned out that those people were all sent out unknowingly. No wonder she did not notice that the Node City was empty every time she returned. By the way, how many people are there in the front line of the void? Yuan Kong tilted her head. The group that gathered in the realm of the gods. Are they all gathered here? No, not at all. Hui shook his head vigorously. Back then, when the quadrillion people besieged the realm of the gods, 90% of them were unaffiliated. The remaining 10% were less than 1 in 10,000. They were more obedient and had passable combat strength. They were the ones who could be put to use and join the front line of the void from then on. As for the others, they returned to their own worlds and did their own things. They should have made their own preparations. I'm not very sure about that and did not pay attention to what happened afterward. Anyway, as long as they are not stirring up trouble in the void of order, I'll just ignore them. That's part of it. As for the other part, they were picked up from the void along the way. For example, the void region that was abducted. The remaining part is a little special. They are those who fought against the erosion of the abyssal death shroud in the lower and middle planes. Of course, those who were rescued by us have also joined the front line of the void. The total number of them is certainly not small, but if we were to talk about numbers without taking into account the huge base of the front line, the number of Order warriors should be, it should be in the quadrillion units, probably around 10 quadrillions. I'm not sure either. There's no specific statistics on numbers. With such a huge number, only Little Green could give a specific number. I'll ask him when the time comes. Yuan Kong. There are actually that many of them. Actually, there were more in the beginning. After all, even if we moved all the rebirth tier beings from the divine realm here, there would still be more than that. The Void Frontline had the most people in the early stages, the first generation of the Void Frontline. At that time, they were guarding the middle planes, which was much wider than what we are guarding now. We also took almost 90% of the beings from the divine realm to guard it. At the peak, the number of people could be 10 times that of 10 quadrillions. Well, it could also be 100 times that. Hui spread his hands as he spoke. Then they were all wiped out. The Void Frontline that was rebuilt now had much fewer people and was replaced with more elite forces. As for our own people, they had all left long before the last generation of the Void Frontline was blown up, and the Void Frontline that was rebuilt later didn't bring that many people. One reason was that we had accumulated some experience and knew that it wasn't appropriate to charge in with the entire divine realm. Secondly, it wasn't good to empty out the entire divine realm either, since we were worried that a fire would break out in our backyard. That was why we only brought the most elite forces with us when we rebuilt the Void Frontline. That's right. In the entire Void of Order, tens of thousands of worlds in the timeline were all squeezed into the 0-point world. Who knows how many worlds of light floated in the Void of Order? And the number of beings in each world was also calculated in the hundreds of quadrillions. Even if we add all of those worlds together, this unit might not be enough. Let's be more specific. If we exclude the base of ordinary beings and only take into account those who could barely fight or defend themselves. This unit might still need to be raised by one level. Looking at the infinite void of order, with such number of beings and combat power, we could only gather a measly 1 quadrillion order warriors. Sui Feng's face twitched, his face ashen. To be honest, in our era, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Your era was different. At that time, you had to face the pressure from the entire primal chaos void. Since the entire primal chaos void is also an infinity concept, you naturally have to use the same infinity concept to deal with it. Hui shrugged. In our era, we just have to fight against the underworld. That's not the case. As he spoke, he jumped up, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. We still have to deal with 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies, right? My Kenzaki's profanity, myriad species common language, chaos concept bodies. 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies. If you combine them and round them up, wouldn't that be equivalent to dealing with 1% of the chaos concept body's power? What the hell? Sui Feng and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw his face turning pale. That's the truth. Otherwise, why would that observer want to strangle himself to death? It's because of such a simple comparison that he could sense the irreparable gap between us. That's why he pushed himself to such an extent. He felt like dying every day. His face was full of so much pressure that it could even collapse the void. Genku smiled bitterly for a while before he quickly regained his senses. However, while the magnitude is not that great, but relatively speaking, the power of the void frontline should be great enough, right? At least in terms of the order void. The power of the entire void frontline should be about 50% of the current order void. Ah, no. Hui paused and waved his hand. That's a number from many years ago. Based on the current situation, let me think, there isn't a single mid-tier premier in the Order Void, right? Brother Lei sighed. They might not even be in the primeval realm. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is the primeval realm of the gods' world, and the second is the lucky survivors from our era. They must have endured the full impact of the chaotic tide. Even if they were once a high-level primeval, they might only be in the early primeval realm now. Worse, they might be like Jingyin. They might not even be in the primeval realm anymore, falling to the peak of the origin realm, unable to climb back. Based on this situation, the power of the void frontline should have condensed the power of the order void. Sui Feng raised his head, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light like his sister's. He stared at the void as if he was thinking. After putting together all the conditions, he finally came up with an answer. More than 95% of the power of the order void. Everyone, including Sui Feng, was stunned. 95 already? Hui shrunk his head and shrugged his shoulders, making an exaggerated expression. That's it. Is this all the power of the order void? Charging into the underworld like this. Charging into the chaos concept body. I don't think so. But the reality is more or less like this. After all, the order void as a whole is terrible in every aspect. Sui Feng smiled bitterly. Based on the current situation, the void frontline is the place where the highest combat power of the order void is gathered. Numbers are meaningless in the war between order and chaos. Let me give you the most extreme example. If Brother Maple directly surpasses the countless obstacles and ascends to high-level premier, then all of us can go to bed. Or we can run around and cheer him on. Look at his right hand, Netherworld ruins, his left hand, the rhythm of light, his left shoulder, the staff of origin and the staff of creation on each shoulder. Behind him, there's also a fortress of origins and 1,000 or 2 temples of origins. He's leading a battle line with 1 trillion magic circles to sweep across the underworld. Even if that damned Lord of the Underworld is at the pinnacle of the premier 7 or 8 refinement stage, he'll be dead with a direct blast from the staff of creation. There's also a 40% chance that he can fight the incomplete chaos concept body head-on. As for whether he can poke a hole in it, well, it's hard to say. It depends on whether Brother Maple still has the strength and condition after he's done causing havoc in the underworld. Hui. That's certainly an extreme situation. Come to think of it, there's a huge difference. If Maple ascends to Premier, we can lead troops and charge into the underworld. If Maple wants to fight the underworld and the chaos concept body single-handedly, does he have to be a high-level Premier? Those are chaos concept bodies, after all. As you said yourself, 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies are equal to 1/100th of the chaos concept body's power. When you fight them, you can feel an infinite concept smashing you with a power as heavy as the grand primordial realm. Your face would be flattened, and no matter how much little Brother Maple fights, he would not be able to break through with the power of a beginner Premier. On the other hand, the chances of getting beaten up would be higher, and that's only on the level of one-on-one. With the entire Void frontline, he might be able to fight a chaos concept body head-on, but the chances of him losing would still be visible to the naked eye. If little Brother Maple is in his advanced primeval form and has all his origin relics, he might be able to fight a chaos concept entity head-on. However, if 2 or 3 chaos concept entities are ganging up on little Brother Maple in his advanced primeval form, even the power of the entire Void frontline won't be enough. It's far from enough. At least one person, yes, one person should be enough. Someone who can fight alongside little Brother Maple, who can keep up with his battle rhythm, and who can drag the power of the entire Void frontline over. There might be a small chance that they can perish together. Brother Lay paused for a moment. Are you sure we won't be drowned by 2 or 3 true chaos domains at the same time? That's right. If the primal chaos concept body releases a real primal chaos domain and 2 or 3 primal chaos domains collide, that's it. The only one who can survive is little Brother Fong in his high-level primal beginning form. The others would have to leave first, and they might even turn around and attack little Brother Fong. We wanted to sigh after hearing this. Damn you, immortal chaos concept bodies. So, Yuan Kong was left with a dumbfounded expression. We can only bet that there are no chaos concept bodies in the underworld. Or even if there can't be more than one? Theoretically speaking, that is indeed the case. Sui Fong forced a smile and said, We can only bet that they won't be able to summon 2 or 3 chaotic concept bodies. Otherwise, this battle will be like a wooden club. One chaotic concept body is already very difficult to deal with, not to mention that what I just said is just a hypothesis. The real situation is that Brother Fong won't be able to reach Yuanshi. I don't know what to say. We looked stupefied. I think I know why Maple always looks like he's about to die. Judging from his understanding of origin and chaos, as well as the fact that he's fought the chaos concept body a few times, he should have long understood the existence of this boundary. So when it comes to dealing with the chaos concept bodies, he looks like he can't wait to flip the entire Void upside down. Sui Fong laughed even more bitterly. It's so hard. What can we do to increase the fighting power of the Void frontlines? Based on the current situation, well, the only thing we can do now is to deal with the origin baptism, and then prepare energy towers and the origin sanctum. As for the rest, it's a pity that we can't interfere with the rest. Little Brother Maple has to deal with the fundamental changes himself. Hui sighed as if he had spat out his soul, shaking his head and waving his hand. We'll talk about little Brother Maple later. Let's not talk about it for now. Anyway, let's do what we can do right now. First, increase the number of energy towers. Right now, because our combat power doesn't need to reach the maximum level. Everyone is choosing to use one energy tower in groups of 10s or even hundreds of people. 2 days ago, when we were dealing with Maple, because we were too hasty and didn't have time to adjust, we had to use the same method of fighting, which limited our combat power quite a bit. The combined power of the energy towers is more important than the support of Order Warriors. At least, That's the case before the power of the energy towers is stacked to a very large degree. Yuan Kong thought about it and said, although I think it's purely because the energy towers are too large, the formation would have to be spread far and wide if everyone uses one, and the realm of order would expand many times over. Well, when the time comes, we'll have to consider the realm of order and the origin sanctum. That's a situation as well. But when the time comes for the real battle, there won't be so many scruples. The power of 100 people using one energy tower would not be as powerful as the combined power of 100 energy towers. Oh, that's nonsense. We coughed dryly. Anyway, we still have to increase the number of energy towers. As for the realm of order, that's not a problem. We just have to increase the number of energy towers. But if everyone has one energy tower, considering the number of order warriors in the void front lines, Suifeng crossed his arms and rubbed them. We'll have to save up to the storage level of the last generation of energy towers, right? What's the number again? 5 quadrillion, I think. That's about it. The 4 of them lowered their heads and kept quiet for a while before tilting their heads and covering their faces. This is a big project. The amount is too heavy, and we have to ask the people in the realm of order to use it sparingly. It's better to strengthen the logistics. Let's send some people to the logistics department. The production speed of the new generation of energy towers was slower than the previous generation, and there was no telling how long it would take to accumulate such a heavy amount. It had been hundreds of years since the completion of the new generation of energy towers, and only then did they have enough. 40 quadrillion in storage is far from enough. We have to speed up the progress, and even if we don't speed it up, we'll have enough sooner or later. So, should we speed it up or not? Forget it. Let's stick to the original plan for now. Hui waved his hand and was about to reject the idea when he suddenly paused. No, let's increase the number of people in the logistics department by 1/10. Yes, 1/10. Don't push everyone too hard. This war is already deadly. We've changed the direction of the battle and got out of the frenzy of war, but everyone might not have recovered from the shock yet. There was a slight buzzing sound of energy in the dark space, and it shook a little. Hui and the other 2's faces turned pale because of the shaking. They squatted down without hesitation with a look of horror on their faces. Yuan Kong was stunned. What are you all doing? Hui subconsciously did this set of movements before he came back to his senses. He found that he was squatting very awkwardly and could not help but smile bitterly. He stood up, trembling. Well, it's a conditioned reflex. When I fought with Maple 2 days ago, my brain was smashed and shaken. Now, the sudden shaking is a little cough, nervous. Suifeng and Brother Lei also stood up awkwardly. The shaking that day, when the starry sky shattered the domain and dragged the entire space into nothingness, it was too violent and too scary. The shaking caused by the punches in the domain seemed to be trying to break the Deyuan realm down. Their brains were really shaken, and their souls were scrambling to escape. Now, they were trembling a little when the shaking shook. They might not be able to get rid of the shadow of the shaking for a while. This time, the shaking was just a little bit. Suifeng and Brother Lei knew what was going on. It was the sound of the domain of origin being ready and about to be launched again. Phew, it's finally ready. It's almost time to call everyone who has finished their work. Suifeng and Changshu took a deep breath and nodded to Huijun. The latter immediately shouted in the soul communication, "Little Qingzi, it's time to eat." The 3 of them were speechless. Was there something wrong with this slogan? In the pitch-black space, the pillars erected on the ground, which were also dark gray, began to shine brightly. The imprints, patterns, and divine patterns of origin began to climb from the bottom to the top of the pillars. The 147 kinds of origin energy flashed with different colors as the patterns spread, lighting up the entire space. Then, a dazzling light suddenly exploded in the sky. A huge light source descended from the sky. The cube-shaped sun crashed into their sight in the most gigantic way, sprinkling colorful lights all over the space. The holy aura of the origin energy descended from the sky, making this place look like a divine domain. At the same time, in the pitch-black sky, with the cube-shaped sun as the center, stars began to appear from near to far, like ripples spreading into the distance. The stars also lit up in a circle that spread out in all directions. The flashing light seemed to reflect the scene of the void spark that once existed in front of them. Gradually, it occupied the entire sky, sprinkling the light of billions of stars in this space. This is really nostalgic. Brother Lei could not help but sigh. Every time he felt the presence of the gods, it would remind him of that time. Unfortunately, time had gone far away, taking away everything that they were familiar with. Yes, the presence of the gods. Sui Feng had just sighed for half a second when he suddenly remembered something terrible. He quickly widened his eyes and looked at Yuan Kong. "How are you?" Yuan Kong had just bathed in the colorful holy light, so she did not feel anything. She was startled by Sui Feng's shout. I'm fine. I feel quite comfortable. Is this the baptism of origin?" Brother Lei also came back to his senses. He and Sui Feng circled Yuan Kong to check on her. After confirming that she was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that you are more inclined towards order. Plus, you have been with Brother Feng for a long time, so you can get used to the weak origin energy. But let's put the baptism aside for now. I'm still worried that something might happen. We'll talk about it when Brother Feng wakes up." Sui Feng patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh," Yuan Kong asked in return, "isn't this the baptism of origin?" "Not really. This is just a weak reflection of the origin energy. It's not very strong. The true baptism requires one to walk around the domain and touch the stronger origin energy. That's right, one has to walk around the pillars and see if one can find a suitable situation. As for the latter part, I'm looking for a successor. However, there hasn't been a single successor yet." Yuan Kong nodded and glanced into the depths of Origin's domain. She didn't pay too much attention to it. Since they had agreed to wait, the big idiot definitely wouldn't act on his own. This was a very important matter that had a huge impact on them. They had agreed that they definitely wouldn't act recklessly. I wanted to ask earlier. After instructing Little Greenie to gather everyone, Hui looked up and pointed at the newly formed star field that filled the sky. "What is the meaning of this star field?" That's... Sui Feng also gazed at the galaxy and exhaled softly. "That's the scene when the defense line of order illuminated the entire void of order. It's a unique galaxy of the void. Every star could be a cluster of light of a world, or a node of upper, middle, and lower levels. Look carefully. There are some identical stars arranged in various places in this galaxy, connecting them to each other. You can see." Sui Feng kept them in suspense. Yuan Kong and Hui looked up at the star field at the same time. 2 minutes later, the two lowered their heads and rubbed their necks. "No, I can't see anything," they said in unison. "There are so many stars here. You want me to find a portion that is identical? Do you think I am Feng? Even Feng is not that free." "Well, theoretically speaking, it is indeed difficult for people who are not familiar with it to find it." Sui Feng scratched his head and laughed dryly. "All right, stop pointing. Just tell us what it is. We might not be able to find it, even if you pointed at it." Hui waved his hand to stop Sui Feng from pointing. Sui Feng said, "I am just pointing. Otherwise, I would not be able to find it. There are so many stars here that even Her Eminence would be dazzled by them." The answer was very true. Next, it was Sui Feng's riddling time. He waved his finger and said, "Look, there is a star here, there is another star there, there is another star in the orange center, there is another star there, and there is another star in the blue area near the right, there is another star in the upper right corner. It should be clear enough. Look carefully, those are not flickering, but they are always bright." Connect them from left to right. Each star is the closest star, and you will see. As he gestured, he drew a picture in front of his eyes. He used his origin energy to weave a picture in front of him. It looked like a galaxy connected with hundreds of smaller galaxies, and the smaller galaxies would occasionally branch out like tree branches. It was a dense picture. Look, it is a net like this. We looked up for a while. It took him a while to see the colorful stars. After connecting them with his line of sight, he responded with a sudden realization. The endless starlight constructed in the void, and the starlight turned into a big net. Could this be the net of origin and order? That's it. It is very obvious, isn't it? Swayfoam nodded and continued to gesture with his finger. Standing here, you can only see part of it. If you adjust your angle and position and look in front of any galaxy, you will find that the net seems to have no end. It is always extending forward until it envelopes the entire void of order. Before we understand this concept, we will not be able to find the end of it, the net of order and origin. We looked up at the sky with his arms crossed and sighed. The void of order in the past was so prosperous and dazzling. If we could reach 1%, no, 1/10,000th of it, perhaps we would not be so troubled. Unfortunately, that is only a thought, although we do hope to have such power. Swayfoam spread his hands and sighed bitterly. Now, we can only rely on what we have now to deal with the situation at hand. Chapter 1938. The battle 2 days ago was still vivid in her mind. Even though she had fallen into a deep sleep, she didn't forget about it. Her soul repeatedly reflected the scenes of chaos Maple turning into chaos, the chaos energy that wreaked havoc in the void and nothingness, and Sir Hui who was entangled by the chaos energy and dragged order and rules to the other side. Countless years of battle experience allowed her to continue the battle and unleash all of her strength. However, the emotions that filled her heart were the same as those years ago. That's right. It was the same feeling she had when she watched Sir Maple lead the small void turbulence. It was despair, helplessness, and an unconcealable sense of powerlessness spread from the bottom of her heart and occupied her entire soul. Perhaps because she was already used to this kind of despair, she did not lose her composure. Just like how Sir Foam once warned them to learn to embrace despair and not naively let hope fill their hearts. Although everyone heard it that way, perhaps no one really understood what they should do. However, they had already taken enough precautions. After all, Sir Foam had been talking about this kind of thing for a long time ago, so they were used to the existence of this kind of mental preparation. Perhaps the countless warnings were to deal with such situations when they happened. If they were trapped in despair and hesitated, doubted, and couldn't take action because of the annihilation of hope, perhaps that day's battle would have a different ending. It was an ending that no one wanted to see, including Sir Maple. After experiencing it firsthand, she completely understood. Fortunately, the final direction didn't point to the worst ending. Phew! Even though they heaved a sigh of relief and Sir Maple successfully broke free from the control of chaos, and this matter had come to an end, there were still more things to worry about and deal with. Everything had just been settled, and everything had just begun. They didn't have much time to catch their breaths. Perhaps it was due to excessive worry and fear that after the incident, she seemed to have fallen asleep in a daze for a period of time after relaxing to release the tons of pressure accumulated during the battle. Now that she had rested enough, it was time to wake up. Now that it wasn't time to relax, there were still many things to deal with. Before she opened her eyes, she felt as if she was wrapped in a warm and incomparably familiar presence. Her hand seemed to have touched something, and after recalling how she looked when she fell asleep, Jing Yuanji understood. The presence came from Sir Maple's presence, and her hands might have touched Sir Maple's hand. Therefore, she calmly opened her eyes and looked at Sir Maple's beautiful face, which was almost pressed against her own face. For an instant, her brain didn't work too well. This wasn't the angle that one would see when lying on the edge of the bed. She opened her eyes to see this angle, then looked at her hands on Sir Maple's chest. She didn't remember sleeping and moving around in a daze. There's no such thing. Not to mention when looking after Sir Maple. There's absolutely no such thing. This is overstepping. This is. Sir Maple's sleeping posture is so adorable. She didn't expect that the usually energetic Sir Maple would have such an ordinary and adorable side when sleeping quietly. Although she had taken care of Sir Maple before, this was the first time she observed him so closely. In the past, she only carefully watched from a small distance away. She had never stared at him at such a close distance. As she watched, she couldn't help but reach out and carefully poke Sir Maple's face. Soft. Poke again. Poke again. Cough, cough. Stop fooling around. Let's see how Sir Maple is doing. Everything is fine. His soul is also in a very normal state. There's no remnant of chaotic energy. He's recovering well. Even the crack in his soul has unknowingly disappeared. It's completely healed. Did a lot of time pass? She sat up abruptly and checked the time in her soul. It had only been 3 days since the end of the battle. It wasn't a long time. She had also rested well and recovered. It seemed that Sir Maple's recovery speed was fast and his condition was good. As for why he was still sleeping, it was probably because he was still recovering. Just like them, they also needed to relieve the fatigue in their souls occasionally. Otherwise, they would go crazy. Right now, 70 to 80% of the people on the front lines were still in a state of frenzy. Part of the reason was because their souls were exhausted. Of course, she felt that everyone was already used to pouring out their strength. When she came back to her senses and sat up, she saw that she was indeed lying on the same bed as Sir Maple. They were even under the same blanket. She felt embarrassed and puzzled. She didn't know that she could sleep on her stomach to sleep on her back for more than 10 years. Fortunately, she woke up before Sir Maple. If Sir Maple saw, it would be so embarrassing. Just as she was about to get off the bed, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Sir Maple's cute sleeping face with a bit of reluctance. She looked and looked, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then carefully lay down again. She reached out her index finger and lightly poked Sir Maple's face. She then carefully pinched and pulled twice. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Jing Jejia, is it really okay for you to not say anything? As she stared and stared, Origin Sky's words suddenly echoed in her mind, causing her fingers to tremble. When she looked at Sir Feng's face again, her pretty face heated up. Then, as if she had done something wrong and was worried that someone was behind her, she carefully turned her head to look at the door. After staring blankly for a dozen or so seconds, she waved her hand and pulled up a barrier to block the door. In this life, I might not be able to convey the words in my heart, because it's in this life there's no way to convey it, she softly whispered in her heart, and her hands on the bed involuntarily clenched. But if it's just a one-sided message, it shouldn't be a problem, right? As long as I don't disturb Sir Maple, it's fine. This was her one-sided love that she had carefully and with all her strength. Occasionally, she wanted to be a little willful, but if it's just a little, it shouldn't be a problem, right? She narrowed her eyes slightly and gently bent down. Her right hand pulled the long hair that had fallen by her ear and gently moved closer. Suddenly, she froze. Looking at his face that was almost in front of her eyes, she took a light breath and summoned the greatest courage in her heart. She lowered her head and kissed him deeply on the lips. Sir Maple, Fongling, I like you. The soft whisper was like the words that a person would subconsciously say while staring blankly at the void. There would never be a response from the void. It should be like this. I know. Jing Yuanji's eyes suddenly widened. The void responded to her. In an instant, she hurriedly shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. Her beautiful face was completely covered in blood, and it was frighteningly hot. When she saw Sir Maple slightly open his eyes, it was a very difficult movement, and it looked like his movements weren't very nimble. A faint multicolored light flickered in his eyes. The clear traces made her heart almost stop beating. Her mind was a little numb, and she didn't know what to think. Sir Maple, when did you wake up? She stuttered out a sentence, and she didn't even know if she had opened her mouth to speak or not. Just 3 minutes ago, when you sat up. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes with difficulty, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only open half of her eyes. She was still a little confused when she saw things, so she couldn't see what this girl's expression was. Well, she could guess it. Then after that I was on your face. My soul had just been repaired, so it was a little difficult to move. Anyway, it wasn't anything serious, so I didn't pay attention to it. I was planning to lie down for a while. Yun Nuashing thought about it and simply closed her eyes. She tried her best to speak in a calm voice. That is, what happened after that? Actually, I didn't think about it really. Suddenly, there was a panicked cry that sounded with all her strength. This girl's voice had changed, and then there was a series of clanking sounds that sounded like space and the void were smashed into pieces together. The huge noise made Yun Nuashing slightly startled, and she frowned slightly. After a while, when the noise subsided, she struggled to lift her eyelids, but she could only lift them a little. Her vision was blurry, and her senses were also blurry. She could barely use her vision and senses to judge that there was a 100-foot-long spatial crack in the room. That girl, Yuan Ji, had probably torn it open in a panic, and she had used too much strength to tear it open, so it was a little slow to repair now. After looking at the blurry spatial crack for a while, she closed her eyes. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and continued to lie down like a vegetable. He still had to lie down for a while before he could move. The things he was thinking about just now were also disrupted by this girl's sudden action and confession. Really, this girl, really, this is really, he knew. But just like this girl wanted to hide it and didn't want to express her feelings, he also didn't express his feelings as she wished. But it would be fine if it was a normal time. But just now, he really couldn't hold it in. It was because he couldn't hold it in that he opened his mouth and said something. Don't chase after her. Oh, you can't move now, and I can't move either. The words of the little angel, who was obviously in a confused state, came, and Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They still had to lie here, and they couldn't even move. How could they chase after her? The little angel thought of a topic. When did you know about Jing Yuanji's feelings? Very early, 5 years ago, or even earlier. The little angel was stunned. Even earlier? Didn't you only know her in the 51st era? Well, that's true, but Jing Yuanji had joined us even earlier than that. More than 10 years ago, when our range of activities was still limited to the realm of the gods, she had already joined us. Yun Nuashing said with a tone that didn't know what he was trying to say, I knew her. Well, that's all I knew. We just met once in a hurry. We didn't greet each other or get to know each other, so we didn't have any interactions after that. That's right, that's the extent of my knowledge. At that time, I didn't even know her name, and I didn't know what she was doing here. Oh, at that time your emotional deficit was even more serious than it is now. What emotional deficit? Do you really think that I have this kind of thing when I'm in an abnormal state? Or do you think that when I'm in a normal state, I'm really normal? The little angel was speechless. This guy is quite self-aware, and he doesn't hold back when he's mocking himself. From what she remembered, his situation in this era was actually more serious, especially in the early days. Just like what he said, he fell from the sky and wandered around the world since he was 7 or 8 years old. He stumbled around and encountered countless terrible things. For a normal person, this kind of experience was partially lacking. For example, he wandered alone from a young age and lost the concept of family, loved ones, and so on. In addition, he was often unlucky enough to encounter all kinds of terrible things, which led to his loss of trust in the world. So, he gradually became indifferent and more ruthless. Little by little, he became crazy and didn't take anything seriously. However, this didn't make him feel the existence of these things more clearly. Unlike some people, because they knew that they were never treated sincerely and because they lacked family, friendship, and love from a young age, they could feel it more clearly and cherish it more. Under the condition that their essence remained unchanged, they could still treat others with sincerity and cherish everything they had. However, this was only one of the trends. As for Little Star, his trend was another. He simply got rid of all that part of himself. It wasn't entirely correct to say that he got rid of it all. It would be more appropriate to say that he kept it all in his heart. After all the terrible things he encountered could give him a painful blow at the most opportune moment. Expecting him to treat everything sincerely while maintaining his essence unchanged was almost like a joke. From then on, come and go in a hurry, walk with the wind, cover your ears, and don't love anyone became his label. Until now, he tended to be indifferent to emotional matters. It didn't matter if he had it or not. He wouldn't die if he lacked one or two emotions, and he wouldn't die if he lacked the emotions he received from others. Neither would stop him from charging at those who deserved to die. This was the case with his own emotions. However, this was just a superficial question of having or not having it. To be more specific, as mentioned earlier, some people kept their essence unchanged due to their lack of self, so they cherished everything. He was no exception. He would also cherish the true emotions that others poured into him. That's it. He just cherished it. He cherished it very, very much. Other than that, if he wanted to, he would try to respond. However, he would use a more troublesome and strenuous method to respond. All he could do was to respond. This was also the unified method he used to treat everyone. That's right, everyone. He only responded to the emotions that everyone poured into him with a simple and pure response. Just like a newly created life form that didn't seem very smart, if you poked him, he would poke you back. However, the strength of the poke was generally judged by his own standards. Basically, it would not be less than the strength of the first poke. If he did nothing and just left it like that, he would just leave it like that until the end of time and the end of the void. This was the closest evaluation she could make of him after so many years as a subsoul. At first, it sounded like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In short, it was a passive response. You didn't say what you meant by earlier. The little angel suddenly thought of this rather important question and hurriedly asked. That was even earlier. I was a person who didn't have much of a sense of existence. Oh, thing. After Hui and everyone decided on the second priesthood in the divine realm, no one actually knew that I was the observer. Everyone first knew about the existence of this priesthood. It was only a long time later that they knew that this priesthood was right next to them. Although this had a little to do with how I acted. For example, I basically didn't show up in public. I didn't show up no matter how big or small the occasion was. Basically, I had nothing to do with me. Basically, I relied on Hui to convey any important matters to me directly. When I acted alone, I always felt that it was troublesome for me to act in a group. Sometimes Hui wanted to ask me to go with him, but I would dislike him for a while. Ugh, I couldn't resist his coaxing and pestering. Occasionally, I would go out with 2 people. However, 2 people was the bottom line. If another person squeezed in, I might just run away and do things alone. You're just being autistic, aren't you? How is that possible? I didn't become autistic even after fighting the underworld for 5 eras and being targeted by the primordial god and the concept body of chaos. What happened in the divine realm could make me autistic? Yun Nuashing grinned and sighed. At the time, I simply didn't talk to anyone at all. You know that I was more that in the early days, more that than when I was shackled in ancient times. Moreover, I often said things like, I hate this world, or I'm going to destroy order and the void. You know that I wasn't just saying that for fun. I really did have that, little grudge and disgust. Even if I knew that they were my own people, I wasn't willing to come into contact with them unless I was very familiar with them. It wasn't out of fear or any other reason. It was just pure unwillingness and resistance. Later, as I gradually let go of my resistance, it became a level where you could say that I was lazy. Then, Hui simply went along with my way of doing things and gave me the name of the divine domain. That was how Observer was decided. Some time after that, a very grand ceremony was held. Well, people from several neighboring worlds and hundreds of thousands of planets with life came to join in the fun. It was a celebration after a large group of foreign fools and public enemies were dealt with. The little angel thought for a moment and said, "That time when you didn't show up after you were done, helping backstage and complained that it was too noisy. Actually, I did show up after that. When Hui and the others were giving a passionate speech, I secretly showed my face, but I was shocked by the countless onlookers, and the whole speech only lasted 22 seconds. Huh. You didn't hear wrong. I did show up, but I stood in the corner and was probably treated as a handyman." Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and said seriously, "After that, I even sat at the host's table for a while. I was the only one at the table, and everyone around me was having fun. Hui and the others ran around to play. Then no one paid attention to me. The host's table was placed in a very conspicuous place on a high platform. At first, I was worried that I would be looked at and pointed at when I sat there, but in the end, no one paid attention to me at all. The little angel. That was too miserable, wasn't it? It was also at that time that I noticed a line of sight. In fact, I vaguely felt that someone was looking at me before. It was the same line of sight, and it was hidden very well. It was so good that when I got up and was about to leave, that line of sight changed a little. That was when I really caught the line of sight from where it came from. That doesn't mean that no one noticed it, right?" Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment and said softly, "That line of sight belonged to Yuan Ji." Of course, at that time, I only noticed that there was someone in the crowd who hurriedly turned around and blended into the crowd after I got up. I didn't know who she was, whom I had only met twice. Well, to be precise, it was a meeting and a glance. We just glanced at each other in the crowd, and that girl hurriedly left. The little angel couldn't help but say, "This meeting and this glance has been entangled for more than 10 eras. Yun Nuashing made an inexplicable sound in response. This was also my judgment later. After all, I really met Yuan Ji in the 51st era. Speaking of which, I changed a little in the 51st era. Although I also had an indifferent attitude towards everything, it was more likely that I couldn't stand Huey's nagging for a long time, so I tried to change a little bit. I started to do things that were not quite the same as before, and started to go out and fight. Although at the beginning, no one knew who I was, what happened later. Later on you came after a while, and there's no need to talk about what happened after that." The little angel suddenly felt a sense of death. This was the change process of pseudo-autism, although this autistic patient was not really autistic. She did not know how to put it. Anyway, this person had been very defensive from the beginning to the end. She thought for a moment and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had hidden her feelings for more than 10 years, and I didn't expect that she would suddenly reveal it. Although you knew it yourself, but according to what you said, if you knew it but did not say it out loud, then it was as if nothing had happened. If you did not say it out loud, then it was not fixed. My speech does not have to be in this aspect, not in the expression of emotions. You have to know that many people in this world can express their emotions, but being unable to express does not mean that it does not exist. Using this standard is too harsh. My speech refers to some trivial things that are guessed back and forth. Based on what I know now, it is the trivial matters of origin and chaos, and the matters related to the 2B asterisk stards who defected from the void of order. It's just that if you don't say it out loud, then it's as if you don't intend to change something like that. But once you say it out loud, change is almost unstoppable. The little angel suddenly chuckled. "Are you talking about yourself?" Yun Nuashing was silent for a few seconds and muttered weakly, "Don't you know it?" He felt that if he made fun of her a few more times, he would get angry. After all, he had just unintentionally stumbled upon something and made it an irreversible fact. His heart was still pounding. If he teased her a few more times, then, anyway, the little angel simply changed the topic. "So, silly little star, what should we do now? Accidentally find out about Jing Yuanji's feelings, or something. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. He let out a long sigh and suddenly gave an irrelevant answer. It's time to get up and work. Although I want to say this, I can't even get up now. Let's wait a little longer. The little angel was startled. Ah, are you not going to pay attention to it this time? Of course not. Yun Nuashing sighed again and again. His lifespan had been decreasing rapidly in the past few days. I know these things. I know. I've known it for a long time. Whether these things are exposed or not. I know it, and I know it. They have already affected me. Pay attention to it. I must pay attention to it. It's because I know it. It's because I have a lot of people around me that I miss. It's because I know all of this that I want to change the destined ending. The fate hanging in the void is too heavy. The fixed fact can't be touched or changed. The ending I want is still far away. It's just a joke. So, at least from this step, I have to start fighting. The little angel couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was silent and couldn't make a sound. See, this was his clumsy way of responding. He didn't chase after her to clarify things, nor did he immediately chase after her to have a heart-to-heart talk. Instead, he pushed it to the point of investigating whether the ending could be changed or not. By his own standards, the response was very, very pure. It was because he knew all of this that he hoped that they who poured their emotions on him, who he cherished and treasured, could live well. This was the answer he obtained from the course of his life. This was the answer he obtained. It was a crazy answer. It was filled with heaviness and depression. She could see that all the good things that he had received would become a heavy burden in the face of the broken ending. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy the course and the good things that a normal life should have. It was just that he couldn't choose to touch it, just like the heavenly god of origin. When the order void was about to stabilize, she gave up on everything. That was because she knew, just like him, that it was nothing more than a moment of joy and false peace. It didn't matter if she felt guilty or not. What she wanted to know was the truth, the cruelest truth that was right in front of the entire void. It was a truth that no life form of order could escape from. They chose to face this truth head-on. They were willing to give up everything for it. Chapter 1939. In this world, there were many ways to express one's love to others. As long as one's mind was not slippery, there would always be different ways to express one's feelings. However, words and the like were more or less the same. It was just a different way to express one's feelings. It was only limited to the verbal transmission between humans or beings that looked like humans. Things like, until the end of time, the seas dry up, the rocks crumble. You wait for me, I wait for you. Your life, my life. If that... there were too many. There was no need to go into detail, as there were too many to count. Besides, if she were to think about all of these, her stomach would probably hurt to death. And that was not even counting the variety of responses. If she were to count them, she would definitely vomit them out from Little Star's soul. Because her stomach really did hurt, there were more expressions and responses to stomach pain than normal. She did not know why, but perhaps everyone liked a sense of ritual. Then, Little Star's response suddenly appeared and became an oddity. Just like how he had been plucked out of the void by the heavenly god of origin, his answer could also be picked out and formed an outline of its own. I like you, then you have to live on. The first part was what Jing Yuanji had said, and the second part was Little Xingxing's answer. Yes, that was the answer. Anyway, he didn't know how to say it. He didn't know how many steps he had taken to come up with this answer. He just didn't know. Perhaps it was because he paid more attention to the ending than the process. He knew that the ending was right in front of him. The established fact was the biggest shackle of the void. He wanted to break through this shackle. This was the ending he wanted. Before he changed, his judgment of everything here was meaningless. The process was meaningless in the face of an ending that could not be continued because even the traces of failure could not be left behind. Just like how there were almost no traces of the mythological era and the dark age in the future. Everything that had existed had been wiped out by the void. No one knew what had happened. Everything had disappeared completely. And after the Dark Age ended, he still had to continue on his endless journey of reincarnation, going on and on without knowing the destination or the end. If he carried too many beautiful memories, well, maybe he would go even crazier. The overly deep and heavy obsession was so heavy that no one could bear it. Even he himself could not bear it, but he still insisted on holding on and continuing to add weight to it. What a fool! Yun Nuashing was still struggling on the bed, trying to move. All kinds of bad reasons made him look no different from a frail mortal. Although he didn't collapse to the point of directly lying down in the spiritual temple. If he was really carried there, others wouldn't find anything wrong with him going to the spiritual temple. They could even book him a bed for urgent treatment. In such a weak state, the only thing that could be said was that he wasn't dead yet. Everything else was as bad as it could be. It would be better to directly go back to the spiritual temple for major repairs, although it might take a few 100 million more time. Lying on his side on the bed, Yun Nuashing shivered as he howled and panted for quite a while. It took a Herculean effort for Yun Nuashing to crawl up. After doing this, he bent over and panted for a while, waiting to recover some of his physical strength and spirit. Only then did he slowly place his hand on his chest bit by bit. Then he suddenly pressed in and dug inside for a while, pulling out a purple, soft ball from his chest. Yun Nuashing and the little angel were startled when they saw what he took out. After a few seconds of silence, he could not help but ask, "How did this girl get into my soul? Wasn't she in the spiritual world just now?" The little angel thought for a while and said, "Little purple soul has a bad sleeping posture." Yun Nuashing was speechless. No, this was not something that could be brushed aside just because she had a bad sleeping posture. These were two completely different things. Although this girl's sleeping posture was not very good, if it was during the 139th era, when he woke up in the morning, he would basically see this girl lying in all kinds of strange positions in all kinds of strange places, and all kinds of things that would be in the room would be wrapped around her body. He just did not expect that she would be able to crash into his soul this time. Speaking of which, before he woke up, he struggled for a long time with a cotton candy that almost suffocated him. Yes, the cotton candy was purple. He seemed to have suddenly woken up because he could not hold it in any longer. Logically speaking, he would have to lie down for a while. He felt that he had found the culprit. Hey, the crack in your soul. It's not completely healed. The little angel suddenly exclaimed. Yun Nuashing shuddered when he heard it. He replied while letting part of his consciousness go into the soul. "It's not that easy to heal. I just sewed it back. Now we have to wait." "Wait, don't tell me it's cracked again?" "Cracked? No." The little angel looked at the crack and shook her head. "It's just, it's not healed." The slit in his soul was now a shallow wound. It was a shallow wound that Xiao Dao had accidentally cut on his arm. He could barely see that his skin had split a little on both sides. At this moment, origin energy was surging on the surface of the slit in his soul, trying to speed up its healing. And in the midst of it, there seemed to be another aura that was not the same as the aura that was surging. Mixed in with the origin energy was a purple energy that looked like a nebula. Countless twinkling stars were flickering along with the energy, covering the surface of the soul crack with a colorful nebula. It looked quite gorgeous. Why do you have to deliberately remind me that it's gorgeous? Do you still have to consider if the bandage is beautiful enough? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at the little angel. He carefully looked at the purple nebula-like energy mixed in with the origin energy. Although it's beautiful, this seems to be the aura of little purple soul. She probably woke up and saw that I was half dead, so she went in to help. Well, with the help of this little girl, the healing speed will be faster. What a magical property. She can actually barely heal a concept-level wound. The little angel remembered something when Howard mentioned it. Speaking of which, little purple soul seems to have not been active for a long time. It's probably been 1 or 2 eras. She has been sleeping there without moving or reacting. Probably because she's still in the growth phase, so she's sleepy. It's normal for her to sleep for 3 to 5 eras. Yun Nuashing shrugged. He walked around the soul crack and felt that there was no problem. Then he let his consciousness return to its original position. He looked down at the ball in his hand that seemed to be still sleeping. A special creation of the realm of the gods. Well, we still don't know what little purple soul's characteristics are. So we can only assume that she's still in the growth phase and sleeping. You see, in the 139th era, little purple soul was still small. It seemed like she never grew up. Although growing up is just a concept to her, and it would only take her a short while to change her body shape, she instinctively maintained her body shape. In short, she was unwilling to grow up. You can just treat it as her growing for dozens of eras before she finally succeeded in her transformation. The little angel was speechless. This growth phase is really long, as expected of a creation of the realm of the gods. She's also a creation of the heavenly god of origins, right? Yun Nuashing shook the ball in his hand and nodded. All creations that are related to the realm of the gods are more or less related to the heavenly god of origins. The only thing that needs to be distinguished is the extent of the connection. As for this little girl, well, although she doesn't have the origin energy or the origin law, the energy and law that she's nurtured are actually quite similar to them. If we were to judge by the standards of that, this little girl should be a second generation, no, a first generation successor. Little star, you've been led astray. You're starting to speak in riddles, the little angel said. Ahem. That's the standard that the heavenly god of origins and Suifeng used to judge a first-generation successor. I've just woken up, and my soul is still split open. My brain isn't working very well right now, so it's normal for me to speak in riddles. The little angel looked around the mansion and found that it wasn't affected, so she sat down beside the flower bed, stretched and yawned. Just as she was about to say hello and lie down to rest for a while, she suddenly sensed another presence. She raised her head slightly and looked away. After thinking for a few seconds, she said, "Oh, an idiot has finally returned. He's actually 3 days late." "What? Who's back?" Just as Yun Nuashing muttered to himself, he suddenly felt the temperature around him plummet. A chilly aura came from behind him like a gust of wind, causing him to shiver. It only took a moment for him to know who had returned. He endured the needle-like pain all over his body and tried to turn his head. But before he could turn his head halfway, he saw a head of long bluish-white hair brushing against his face from the corner of his eye. Then a pair of soft arms wrapped around him, and a cold figure suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. Hiss, so cold! He was a patient right now. A patient. This temperature was simply too frightening. He felt as if an ice sculpture had wrapped around him. "Little star, are you all right?" Yun Nuashing shivered. "Shuang Shuang, if you can retract your cold aura a little, I'll feel a little better. Yes." A cry of surprise came from beside his ear. The girl first looked at his situation, and after noticing that there was something wrong with his condition, she quickly retracted the cold air that she had subconsciously released. Slightly embarrassed, she said, "I just hurried back, so I didn't notice." Then her tone changed. "You're so weak. Have you not fully recovered after the chaos transformation?" "For now. I've been like this for a while, but it's not the big problem. The major issues have been dealt with, and the rest is just waiting for time to recover." Yun Nuashing reached behind his head and patted Shuang Shuang's head with difficulty. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Shuang Shuang hugged him tightly with both hands. When she spoke again, her voice seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. He was very familiar with this feeling of relief. It seemed that his Chaos Half-Day Tour had caused a lot of people to be on tenterhooks, and it had also caused everyone to be worried. Yun Nuashing laughed and changed the topic. "Where have you been all this time? A few days ago, when I was looking for you, there was no news at all." "Wheeze," Yun Nuashing and the little angel were speechless. As expected, every time this little girl came back, she would be exhausted and waiting to sleep. This time was no exception. They did not know where this little girl had gone. It took them 3 days to rush back in the void. He even suspected that if it was not for the highest level of transmission of the message, it would not have been able to pass the message to Shuang Shuang, who had run off to who knows where. Yun Nuashing asked the little angel to help drag the exhausted girl into the soul world. He struggled to lie back on the bed and looked at the little purple soul in his arms. He thought for a moment and stuffed her back into his chest. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. "Girl, are you okay now?" The little angel had just settled Shuang Shuang down. When she heard this, she was startled and subconsciously wanted to yawn, but she quickly suppressed it. "I'm fine. After leaving the soul fusion state, I recovered very quickly. Now I can move a little. What's wrong? What do you want to do?" "Oh, it's not a big deal." Yun Nuashing found a comfortable position to lie down, look after my soul. "I'll use my consciousness to take a look at the source environment." The little angel. "Huh. No, you're in such a bad state now. Don't mess around. Even if there's something wrong, wait for a while to recover. Besides, what can you find out if you go to the source environment in your current state to explore your own essence?" "Ah, it's hard to say. Maybe I can only do it when I'm in a weak state." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. His expression suddenly became a little dazed, his eyes looking at the ceiling in a daze. "Just so, this state." I seem to have faintly felt the calling of Source. "I need to go take a look?" The little angel could not help but say, "I heard that people may have auditory hallucinations when they are extremely weak. I'm not a human, and I'm a higher life form. How can I have auditory hallucinations? At most, some ghostly things will whisper in my ears and hover in front of my eyes like ghosts." "I think you're scolding me indirectly." "Oh, be more confident and remove the words 'I think.' I'm talking about those guys. They're the only ones who often talk in my ear and drag me in for no reason. They're the ones who've turned the tables on me." Yun Nuashing was still joking when he was in pain. After a while, he coughed dryly and said seriously, "I think I have to go. This is a rare opportunity. I've tried some methods before, but failed. I don't know if it's because I'm too weak this time, or because of the conceptual scar, or because of the mischievous little purple soul. Anyway, this is an inexplicable opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think it's necessary to go now. But only your consciousness." The little angel was a little anxious. "The source environment, I don't trust you to go there with only your consciousness." "I'll go too. Don't worry, I'll go with you. My soul will be in a state of fusion with you. If anything happens, I'll be able to pull you back immediately." Yun Nuashing thought for a while and nodded. "Well, that's fine. Wait. Just as he nodded, he immediately shook his head. The little angel, who was about to prepare, was stunned. "No, you really can't go this time." "Ah, I'm not trying to be brave. It's like this." He told her a little about the source environment. The little angel was speechless. She lowered her head and pulled her silver-white hair. She could not help but sigh. "Is that so? We're restricted by the source environment. I'll be fine, but I'm worried that you'll be in trouble. Even if my consciousness is fused with yours. The probability of something happening to me is very small. If something really happens, I should be able to save you. But, I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to you when you go there. In our current weak state, even if something happens, we might not be able to guarantee our safety when the source environment becomes violent." Yun Nuashing nodded and sighed softly. Luckily, he suddenly remembered what she said. If he had just nodded and dragged her over, he would have been in deep trouble. Since we're restricted by the source environment, there's no other way. The little angel sighed softly. She whispered in a soft voice with a hint of reluctance, "I'll just watch the house this time. I'll grab your soul. In return, you have to be careful." "Ah!" This little girl's mood was subtle. I know. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. I'll leave it to you. Watch my soul. I'll be back soon. His consciousness, leaving his soul and body, was like being exiled into a strange space when he had a severe breakdown. He could not see anything. Only when he was close to waking up would he have a clearer consciousness. At other times he would be in a state of drowsiness. That's right, he was familiar with that kind of situation. After all, he had not experienced a severe breakdown many times. But it was enough for him to be completely familiar with this kind of situation. If he really wanted to know how many times he had a severe breakdown, about 100 times. He had encountered so many things in more than a dozen eras and did not roll into the road of reincarnation. He had only paused for a period of more than 100 times for a period of time. The result was already quite good. Well, anyway, he just endured it and endured it. Habits were indeed a very scary thing. This was a land of deep darkness. The darkness was like a pool of stagnant water that looked calm. It was like a magma lake. When it was not active, it looked quite calm, but it was emitting light. When it was violent, its strength was beyond everyone's imagination. This place was very similar to the void. In fact, if one looked at the void, the nothingness and the origin from a normal perspective, all one could see was pure darkness. Whether one was a high-level life form or not, that was all they could see. If they wanted to see more, they had to use other methods. They had to use a method to guide their own vision and cognition. They tried to disguise their vision as the void, the nothingness, or even the vision of the origin, pretending that they were looking at themselves. This way, they could see the situation more clearly. This was just looking. If they wanted to go further, it would depend on themselves. There was no unified method to go further. Everyone used their own methods to analyze and understand the void and the nothingness, and the answers they got were basically different. The origin environment and the void were both pure black. However, the origin environment did not do anything to create things. It was just a pure and nasty. He did not know what it was used for. Perhaps its existence here was not important. It was just like an inconspicuous decoration hanging in the corner of a festive season. Perhaps the void was actually diluted from the origin. The origin environment first turned into the nothingness environment under certain conditions, and the nothingness environment then turned into the void under certain conditions. Only then did the void have the possibility to create and combine billions of things in the world. Perhaps that was the case. He just thought of it. But it could also be a forced addition of drama between the nothingness and the origin. I digress. Anyway, let the origin environment manifest first. Wait a minute. This method was effective on both the void and the nothingness environment, but the origin environment, he had never come into contact with this thing before. He was not sure if it would work. He had seen the scene where the calm lava lake would turn upside down with just a slight movement. He was really scared at that time. Now that he had just regained his consciousness and his body had not recovered, he was a little scared. Although he had been forcefully confirmed by her that he would not be killed by the origin environment. But as long as the origin environment did not suddenly go berserk and cause a series of environmental anomalies, he would be fine in his weak, chicken form. In short, he would deal with it according to the method used to deal with the void and the nothingness. The world will be displayed before you. There were people who liked to call it that before, although it was the same whether they called it that or not. Spots of light began to light up in the darkness, and with the light as the center, it was as if the world was expanding in front of him. With a burst of energy, the chaotic world barrier was completely frozen after the impact of the impact. Then, it was pushed by the burst of energy and kept expanding. The blazing star inside kept flashing and releasing countless rays of light, like a continuous explosion of a supernova. Facing this change in the void was not as shocking as seeing the moment of creation in the world. I digress. Although it looked like the situation, the so-called burst of energy was just a description. It was not really caused by doing anything to the origin environment, or he would have been torn apart by the impact of the explosion. To be more specific, It was to dye one's vision, as if in a pure black environment one dyed certain existences with a different color than black to make them stand out. As a result, the world before his eyes changed. His vision was still occupied by a large area of blackness. Overall, the source environment was made up of 50% broken and chaotic laws, while the other 50% was the source itself. The two were not evenly distributed, just like the situation before his eyes. 70 to 80% of his vision was black, and the things that were not black only occupied a portion of his vision. Furthermore, they were separated into a dozen regions by the massive blackness, separated and untouchable like small bubbles. The dyeing was not particularly successful. He could only distinguish the parts that were different from the black. It was as if he was drawing a bunch of blurry borders with very light gray-white lines, wrapping them into irregular spheres like mud balls. They were not sealed spheres, but just like a sphere that was not fully painted. Therefore, he could see that the inside of the lines was still black. Although his senses could tell that there was a difference between the latter and the black, it seemed that this method of dealing with the void and nothingness would not work against the origin environment. It still needed to be improved, and before he could think of a way to improve, he could only make do with it. Speaking of which, what was black? If it wasn't black, then what was it? Which one was the chaotic state and the fragmented state? Which was the origin itself? It would take a while to deal with that, so let's not talk about the issue of vision for now. After his consciousness arrived at the origin environment, it was indeed relaxing. His entire body was wrapped in a comfortable touch that he did not know how to describe. Should he say that he was submerged in a warm sea, or soaking in a hot spring, or that he was wrapped into a ball by a bunch of furry things? It was hard to say. In short, it was relaxing and easy to immerse oneself in it. He did not have such a feeling the last time he traveled with her, which further proved that there was something different about his consciousness coming to the origin environment this time. As for what caused it, it was hard to say for now. The strange feeling when his consciousness returned to the origin environment, trying to touch it, treating it as something similar. Was that what she wanted to tell him? He did not know. He still did not know. Exploring the nature of things was incomparably difficult. Furthermore, he did not even know what he was. His eyes were in the dark, and wherever he went, he had to rely on bumping into things. And he did not feel like moving. It was just like when he first returned to the Dark Age. That was the time when he was still lazy, and he only liked to lie on the clouds, leisurely day after day. So, I don't want to move. After returning to the origin, this laziness seemed to have returned. It did not seem good if this continued. What? Chapter 1940. Primordial. It was just letting his consciousness return to the primordial environment, as if he had become one with everything that existed here. It was 100% complete, just like a drop of water returning to the sea. No, that wasn't quite right. He thought about it. It should be a drop of water. Forget it. Returning to the sea is returning to the sea. He couldn't describe this strange feeling for the time being. However, when his consciousness merged with the primordial environment, although it was only for a short period of time, he could still accurately sense his own existence as an individual. It was just like the faint, grayish-white traces in front of him that were separated by a large pile of black. He could clearly distinguish them. He tried to let his consciousness spread out from his body and tried to touch the source environment. It did not work. His body was still very weak, and he felt like he was about to die. But this idea seemed to work. The source environment did not resist his method, probably just like how he would not resist his own method. It was just that now was not the right time to do this. He was afraid that if he let his consciousness spread out in a weak state, it would be gone. Well, it also proved that he was really related to the source environment. Only something that originally belonged to this place could float his consciousness into the source environment without causing a great disturbance. Other than that, even the consciousness of the Yuansha realm would be punched and kicked out by the source environment before being lifted up and kicked out. his consciousness could not spread or shift. So he could not use this method to clearly come into contact with the source's environment. However, it seemed that he could still move a little. He tried to move around for a while, and when he found that there were no obstacles, he began to wander around the quiet source's environment. He was like a ball of cotton fluttering in the wind. That relaxed and comfortable feeling. Well, it was very relaxed and comfortable. He could feel himself becoming more and more relaxed. He was almost back to the lazy state he was 5 eras ago. Now he was really relaxed. It had been 5 eras, and he had not been able to relax during these 5 eras. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to relax. Normally, he would have strangled this feeling to death as soon as it was born. However, in this place, when his consciousness returned to the original environment, he seemed to be able to sense that the time here was not in sync with the real time flowing in the sea of time. It was slow. Well, he did not know exactly how slow it was. Anyway, it was slow. Since time was slightly slower, then he should take a break, which he had not seen for a long time. The creepy feeling started when he heard a vague voice. He was still relaxed just a moment ago, but in the next moment he jumped and looked around vigilantly. The place that he scanned with his consciousness was pitch black and gray. There was nothing else. The environment was silent, and there were no signs of movement. That feeling just now was more like an overreaction. Could it be that something still existed in this godforsaken source environment? What else was floating here other than him? Or was it really, as that girl had said, that he was hallucinating or something? It couldn't be, right? That shouldn't be the case. How old are you to talk about auditory hallucinations? It's impossible it doesn't exist. You're here. Long time no see. That voice sounded again, this time from the depths of his mind. He heard it clearly. This time, he definitely heard it clearly. At the same time, there was also a burst of sound that scared him. His brain buzzed for a moment, and it was also when this buzzing sound reverberated, he felt his memory suddenly become blurry. A memory that originated from a long time ago was suddenly released from the dusty box, gushing out. He seemed to have heard this voice before, 5 years ago. Yes, it was at that time. It was on a whim when he went to the little angel's old home. The moment he passed through the world barrier, his consciousness left his body and ran into the void. Then he heard a voice that kept muttering in his ear. It muttered return, familiarity, who are you, who am I, and so on. Until now, it had already been buried in the bottom of his heart, and he had never mentioned it again. After all, it was a memory from a very long time ago. And the main thing was that it had no beginning or end, and it made him confused, so he could only pack it up and throw it aside to collect dust. The void? Thinking about it this way, was it really his consciousness that ran into the void? After that, he let his consciousness wander around the void, but he did not hear that voice again. And this time, not long after his consciousness ran into the source environment, the voice that he had forgotten for 5 eras sounded again. It was as if it had always been in the source environment, and it still remembered him. In other words, back then his consciousness was actually thrown into the source environment. Due to some inexplicable reason, he was thrown into the source environment. The source environment and the void were of the same color, and if he did not use his current perspective to observe, he would not be able to tell the difference between the two. And back then he did not know what the source environment was, and did not even know that it existed. He mistakenly thought that he was looking at the void, and did not expect that he had actually barged into the source environment. Then, could it be something in the source environment? Was it also something that remained in the source environment? Was it also the source derivative that was born in the source environment? Was that why he felt a faint sense of familiarity between them? Was the number of people in their clan going to double? The possibility was not small, but just like how he did not know what he was, he did not know what it was in front of him. Although it could be a source derivative as well, there were many types of such things, just like how there were billions of types of void derivatives. This time, just like the first time he saw it, he could not find where it was in the source environment, although he was still trying to find it He could not find even a trace of it. The source environment was pitch black all around. There were no shadows, no waves of aura, and no other traces. Just hearing that voice suddenly descend into his consciousness was strange enough. You don't have to look for me. The distance between us is very far, very far. It's not just distance, but it's not a problem because I will look for you. I will look for you. Yun Nuashing was speechless. There it was again. It suddenly rang in his consciousness like a ghost story. He was scared out of his wits because of this damned nagging. Look for him, look for him. Could it really be that this fellow was on the way to look for him? Traveling across 5 eras to come all the way here. Then where has it run off to now? Was it arriving soon? If it was arriving soon, should he prepare to receive the guest? After all, it could very well be another of his race. At the very least, they could all be from the source environment. Throwing away the unreliable nagging in his mind, Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and asked, "Who are you?" "Who? I don't know. Who am I? Who are you?" "You are Fengling. I remember you. I remember you." Well, it wasn't just for show that it remembered him after 5 eras. It really did remember his name, this muddle-headed fellow. But he still didn't know who it was or what it was like him. However, it seemed to be less muddle-headed than it was 5 eras ago. Was it a little less muddle-headed than it was 5 eras ago? It seemed to be a little more clear-headed? Or was it just an illusion? There's not much time left. There's no time. Its voice rang again, and it seemed to be mumbling to itself. I will find you. I need to find you, but now is not the time. I still need to. Let's meet again next time. Next time, I will be able to find you. Just like how it suddenly appeared. The voice suddenly disappeared after leaving behind a concluding sentence. As the voice in the depths of his consciousness gradually faded, he felt that the source environment had suddenly become a quiet and dead place. The surroundings were still alternating between black and gray. There were also faint traces of activity, but the activity was very slow and not very obvious. Yun Nuashing was stunned and silent for a long time. After confirming that the voice had completely disappeared, he became even more silent. He was confused and did not know what was going on. The conversation last time was not logical, and this conversation was still not logical. Well, fundamentally speaking, another thing that seemed to be related to the source, and he suspected that it was also a derivative of the source. If it wanted to visit him, he would welcome it. After all, it was possible that they were of the same race, so he should at least meet it. However, since it said that he could not find it, then he would just open the door and let it come to him. He would just wait here, and when they met, he would just turn around and have a cup of tea. But what it said about not having much time, forget it. He could not just hold on to that sentence. It could refer to many things. Who knew if the not having much time, it said, and the not having much time, he thought it was the same thing. This stupid thing in the void always had no beginning and no end. After wandering around the source environment for a while, and waiting patiently for a while, he felt that it would not appear again. Probably because he had kept his consciousness in the source environment for a long time, the lazy and comfortable feeling floating in his consciousness had faded a little. What replaced it was a slight tiredness, as if he was not interested in anything. It was as if it was reminding him that it was time to leave this place. "Girl, pull me back." It was a soft call, and he did not even know if the little angel could hear it. After waiting in the same place for a while, his consciousness began to feel a slight, floating sensation. The consciousness that had merged with the source environment quickly left the whole body and rapidly retreated. When he felt that the feeling of the environment had completely faded, he gently opened his eyes. In front of him was still the familiar ceiling. A pair of pure white wings hung at the corner of his eyes, gently flapping. One of the wings was slightly lowered, and the tip of the wing was gently brushing his cheek. "You're awake." The little angel turned her head and bent down slightly. When she saw that he had opened his eyes, she softly said, "Oh, I'm awake." Yun Nuashing reached out and patted her silver-white hair. He took a deep breath and sat up on the bed. This smooth action stunned the little angel. "You're not feeling uncomfortable anymore? Just now Yun Nuashing was also startled when he heard that. It was just a subconscious action. He had forgotten that he was still tortured by the concept-level scar. Now that he looked at it again, the spiritual fissure was still there. It had not healed much, and he could still see a very obvious fissure. However, the tingling sensation in his body that made him shiver had almost completely disappeared. The little angel leaned over and put her forehead on his. Her golden eyes looked straight into his eyes. After a moment of sensing, she was slightly surprised. "What did you do in the source environment? Other than the spiritual fissure, I don't feel weak anymore. It seems like I have recovered by 50 to 60%. What did I do? I didn't do anything." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and crossed his arms. "I just muttered a few words to a strange voice. After that, I wandered around for a while. Although I tried to do something, I couldn't do anything because I was in a weak state." He told her in detail about the voice he heard when he was wandering in the source environment, and also told her that he heard this voice before he met her. The two stories were separated by 5 eras, but they were basically similar in nature. The girl's expression kept changing as she listened to him. After listening to him, the little angel tilted her head and thought for a moment. "If that's the case, do you want to open a special channel in your soul? It's convenient for you to receive guests or something." "No, no, no. Besides, who would bring guests into the spiritual world just to receive them?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "If it's something related to the source environment, as I guessed, well, when it comes to me, it will probably find me in a unique way, just like last time. Well, last time, it probably looked for me and dragged me over. This time, I'll just treat it as I was wandering around and accidentally bumped into it. Then I stopped and chatted on the spot, so the next time will be a formal meeting? Probably, maybe?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. "I'm not very sure. Since it's said that it will come to me, then I'll just wait. There's nothing I can do if I don't wait. I really can't find it. Although the source environment didn't cause any hindrance to me, well, it also didn't let me familiarize myself with everything on the first try. The path of exploring the essence is still very far away." To sum it up, when he entered the source environment, he encountered a voice and awakened some of the memories that were not useful and were dusty. Other than that, he did not seem to have gained anything from his wandering in the source environment. Oh, that was not the case. After wandering around the source environment for a while, he somehow recovered 50 to 60% of his body. That was considered a gain. Could it be that after entering the source environment, his recovery speed was faster because his essence was close to the essence? But if he stayed in that place for a long time, his consciousness would feel a little tired. Between the two, he did not know. He did not know. He would weigh the pros and cons next time. Anyway, his instincts told him that he could not use his consciousness to enter the source environment in a short time. Something bad would happen. Well, I've already found the method and the trick. I only found it after I returned, so I'm not in a hurry to enter the source environment again. I'll investigate it in detail next time. Right now, I have to put an end to the farce of the observer destroys the void frontline that almost happened 3 days ago. Do I have to go door to door and apologize? It doesn't seem good to have too many people. But if I use the highest order to apologize, it doesn't seem to be sincere. Seeing him frowning and looking a little embarrassed and bewildered, the little angel immediately understood what he was thinking. She reached out to hold his hand and floated up. She pulled him up from the bed and looked at him in the eyes. "Anyway, let's go to the observer space and have a look. You can't just think here, and you don't seem to have any experience in apologizing." "I didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Speaking of which, why do I need skills in this area? You see, although my chaos transformation has caused quite a ruckus, I can just treat it as a practice, can I? Anyway, I was worried that I didn't have a way to mentally prepare everyone to face the chaos concept body in advance, right?" Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and turned her head away a little embarrassedly. Although what happened 3 days ago is really my fault. Ah, I was careless, really careless. It's my fault. I'm guilty. The little angel covered her mouth and chuckled softly before pulling him towards the observer space. Let's go. Anyway, let's go and have a look. The sanctum of creation. Now that the domain of origins had been reforged, a large number of people had gathered here to complete the origin baptism. Greenie, the model worker of the Void Frontline, was the one who led the people here. As for Hui and the others, they were now discussing the matter of the inheritors, the origin baptism, and the matter of identifying the energy of a certain person who was still lying motionless on the bed. Although they said that they would let everyone come again when the time came, they still wanted to take advantage of the 10 days before the baptism to get things done so that it was not troublesome to run around. What? It can't be done without the key person? That was impossible. They could think of a way to get things done in a roundabout way. When the time came, they would just have to let someone who had brutally beaten up the Void Frontline imprint his energy into the conceptual creation, and the energy identification would be completed. That was the answer Sui Feng and the others gave. Energy identification was a necessity in their time, or when their goddess and the concept body of chaos fought. All beings of order within the range of their attacks would be killed. They would either be killed by their goddess's attack or by the combined attacks of the two parties. Therefore, their energy identification back then was much better than the crude energy identification created by a certain person who often pressed his own people into the void and the void to accidentally injure them. As for why they only brought it up now, well, they were busy dealing with the Fortress of Origins when they first wanted to do energy identification, so they delayed it. Anyway, they were not in a hurry to do it, since they still had time. Who knew that such a drama would happen halfway? So they had to take the opportunity to put it on the agenda. It's just not easy. Hui looked at the smoking concept creation in his hand and threw it into the domain of origins to melt it. Can this thing really work? Well, be patient. How can it be so easy to fiddle with the goddess's creation? Sui Feng held a spherical concept creation in his hand and muttered as he processed it. You should be glad that this is not a creation made by the goddess that requires origin energy and origin law to process. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. We just have to deal with the problem of the different environmental laws of the two eras. We just have to make some adjustments, and it should be done soon. Brother Lei's eyes widened as he looked at the sphere in his hand that was getting brighter and brighter. Really? Asterisk bang, asterisk, a crisp explosion suddenly sounded. The explosion and the range of its impact were not large, but it still made everyone turn their heads. Everyone who was receiving the origin baptism also turned to look, and when they saw a plume of black smoke, they all made no sound. When they were circling around the pillar, they had pinched the sphere and exploded it many times. It was normal, very normal. It was just that the explosion was a little small and not very exciting. It should be the kind that Lord Feng had to pinch and explode, the kind that would make the entire domain tremble. I suddenly thought of a certain explosive. Sui Feng looked at Brother Lei, who was covered in dust, and could not help but sigh. The scene of pinching and exploding a concept creation was so familiar. I wonder if that explosive is still there. Stop it. You're talking about that explosive right now. Didn't you run away 3 days ago in order to escape from reality? Do you want that explosive to destroy the domain of your origin again? I was really smashed silly. I was hit by origin, primal chaos at close range, and was almost sent to the spiritual temple for a final blow. Huey's face suddenly trembled. When he thought about that day, he remembered the primordial chaos shock that shook his brain evenly. More than 100 consecutive hits almost smashed his soul into the primordial void. Sui Feng and the other second-generation inheritors all trembled. Sui Feng's face was pale, and he smiled bitterly. Logically speaking, let's not talk about what happened 3 days ago. I'm still a little traumatized. I'm really sorry that I've beaten all of you to the point that you're traumatized. A murmur suddenly sounded here, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw a divine figure emitting golden light and another figure quickly walking in side by side. When they saw the two people walking over, everyone was stunned for a moment. Phone! Huey's hand trembled, and he immediately threw away the toy that he had just held in his hand. Like a gust of wind, he spun around twice and rushed in front of Maple. He pressed his hands on Maple's shoulders and looked him up and down. Then he grinned with all his might. You're split in half. How can you get off the bed? Go back and lie down. What's there to lie down for? Yun Nuashing sighed. Don't worry about the soul crack. It'll heal in a few days. A few days? Sui Fong and the others also threw away the things in their hands and looked at him from head to toe. They were a little confused. This is a wound left by the concept body of primordial chaos, right? It's indeed a scar left behind by the chaotic concept body, a concept-level scar left behind by concept-level power. Previously there was a huge crack, but now I've stitched it back. It was so painful that I fainted a few times when I was stitching it up. I almost just that. Yun Nuashing nodded. Seeing that everyone's faces were green and white, she waved her hand carelessly. It's really nothing. After you've stitched it back, you can use the origin energy to slowly heal it. Even if you want someone to interfere, it won't be faster than a thread. Don't look like I'm going to die a heroic death in the next second. No, you've already died a heroic death 3 days ago. You've even volunteered to join the primordial chaos void, although you've only been sightseeing for half an hour. Huey's cheeks twitched slightly as he continued to complain. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and pulled her hand away from the little angel. She then turned her head to look at the other side, and her expression was a little awkward and a little embarrassed. And what happened that day? Oh, sorry, I've made you guys worry. I was careless. Hui shuddered and quickly jumped back 2 steps. He crossed his arms in front of him and said, Don't do that. It's disgusting. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes fiercely. She knew this guy would react this way. Hui put his hands on his hips. Shouldn't you slap this domain and say, not enough spirit? You guys are not spirited enough. Do you think you can save the primordial chaos void with that? Then you'll use primordial chaos to press all of us to the ground and practice. This time, you'll take on the entire primordial chaos void frontline alone. You see, I've already helped you to gather everyone in the primordial chaos void frontline. You're the only one left. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, who was saying this. Her face was so shocked and twisted that it reflected her inner thoughts. Are you regretting that I didn't kill you with a single blow that day? Or are you regretting that you didn't kill me 3 days ago? Or do you think that I should officially announce I'm volunteering to join the primordial chaos void and then kill you instead? Everyone was sweating profusely. They waved their hands and said in unison, No. Ignore him. He's just crazy. As long as everything is fine. Sui Qing came up and looked at him. She nodded and smiled faintly. Welcome back. Yun Nuashing grinned at her. He looked at the people coming and going in the domain of origin and raised his hand to greet everyone. Hearing everyone greeting him in various tones, he smiled faintly. The primordial chaos void calamity was over. Looking at what they were holding in their hands, he asked Sui Qing, So, what are you all busy with? Energy identification. Well, it's your business. Sui Qing said softly. This time, I've called everyone back from all over the primordial chaos. I want to settle some things before letting them continue with their mission. Sui Qing blinked her starry blue eyes at him. She handed over the thing in her hand and said softly, Although you've just woken up and you're not in a good state. Yun Nuashing took the thing without a care. I'm here to work.